Welcome to the NCAA Baseball Regionals, presented by Capital One. A gorgeous Saturday in Aggieland as we get you set at Bluebell Park for an elimination game and then a chance to go to a regional final. We get started with Southern Cal and Lamar in the elimination game. We start with our bracket from yesterday. Texas A&M trailed 5-0. Lamar could not hold that lead as the Aggies scored 7 unanswered to advance to the 1-0 game. And then last night, late night magic deep in the heart of Texas for Texas State, a 2-run blast to put them into the 1-0 game. And so that sets us up to eliminate one team here today. Good morning, good afternoon, I should say, and welcome to College Station, Texas. Alongside the 12-year big leaguer Todd Walker, I'm Richard Cross. Thanks for being with us. We'll get to our side in just a second. But what an opening day for regional play across the country yesterday.
Isn't that what we love about baseball? The UCLA, the #1 overall seed, got beat. Auburn got beat. 4 top 16s went down yesterday, so it was big for the underdogs yesterday.
And you've got 3 brackets today, or 3 sites today, where it's #1 versus #2. We've got a #1 going here today for Southern Cal. The nation's strikeout leader, Mason Edwards.
160 strikeouts on the year. The Big Ten Player of the Year uses a 4-pitch mix, all of which have swing and miss. High velocity fastball was developed from 83 miles an hour all the way up to where it is now at 93, 94 miles an hour. And his best quality, he's pitched USC into the 5th inning every start he's made this year.
Got to try and get deep into the game and keep the season alive for Southern Cal. Lamar trying to keep their season alive, backs against the wall. They had a 5-0 lead. Really jumped out to a good start. They've been playing good baseball coming into this tournament.
Yeah, 6 wins in a row for Lamar after losing the opener of the Southland Conference tournament. And Coach Will Davis in his 10th year has these boys playing well, like you said. Had a lead on A&M, but couldn't hold it. Back again today to try to stay alive.
Lamar and Southern Cal playing to keep their season alive. We've got first pitch when we come back to College Station right after this. A spectacular Saturday afternoon at Blue Bell Park as we get set for this elimination game between Lamar and the University of Southern California. He's already got a ball. He is ready to go at the ball yard this afternoon. We're just about ready to go as well. Andy Stankiewicz leading Southern Cal to its first back-to-back trips to postseason play since 2001-2002, better than a quarter of a century ago. This is the lineup that he will go with. Adrian Lopez had a big home run late in the ball game last night. Covarrubias on base 4 times in the ball game. It's a Southern Cal order that's got some pop in it, especially in the middle of the lineup. Travis Lutz on the mound today for Lamar in this elimination game. Lamar coming in with a record of 34-26 on the year. USC looking for its 44th victory of the season. The first pitch sails outside for ball 1. The senior from Bartonville, Illinois. Big kid, 6'4", 230. He's 4-2 on the year. Mix of starts and bullpen work for Lutz this season, and he's been good as of late.
Southland All-Tournament team last week went 7 against McNeese in the final with 10 strikeouts, only 1 walk. Last 2 outings, he's gone 7 innings, so he's given Lamar some length. 94 on the fastball. Right-hander's only hitting a .151 off of Travis Lutz.
Covarrubias a couple of hits in the ball game last night, including a home run, his 3rd of the season. He's ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. And it's now 3-0.
And he will throw the kitchen sink at you. Curveball, sliders, big swing and miss pitches to right-handers, fastball, cutter, curveball, slider change. He's got it all.
Late night here in College Station, finished around midnight local time. Southern Cal right back on the diamond, and they start the game with a 4-pitch walk. So Avery Covarrubias on 4 pitches will head down to first base and bring Adrian Lopez to the plate.
You kind of saw that coming with Travis Lutz. His first 3 warm-up pitches, he couldn't find a good plant spot for his lead foot, and kind of contributed, I think, to him being a little erratic early in this game.
He's warming up in that landing foot. It's kind of sliding around a bit. Here is Adrian Lopez. Shows bunt, pulls back, and takes strike 1. The first strike delivered of the game. This was when he came out for the warm-up pitch. You see that landing spot. Grounds crew's done a tremendous job here in College Station, Olsen Field at Blue Bell Park, but you saw him kind of after watering down the infield and getting that dry spot. Little slide there. Better to the second hitter. He's ahead 0-2 after a 4-pitch walk to Covarrubias to start the ball game.
Yeah, had to settle in a little bit, and for every pitcher, it's different on where you land. You know, he's just landing a little harder than most pitchers, and had to get that out of his head.
This ball lined down the right field line, but just foul, maybe a couple of feet, as Lopez was toying with extra bases on a 2-strike swing. Light crowd to start things. Southern Cal about 1,500 miles away, and Lamar from Beaumont, Texas, about just under a couple hundred miles from College Station. Not what the ballpark's going to look like at 8 o'clock tonight when Texas A&M takes the field against Texas State. Another 0-2, but first to throw to first, and Covarrubias is back in safely. Southern Cal is a team 58 of 75 on the bases this year. Covarrubias is the leading stolen base man on this team. He's got 17 swipes in 23 attempts.
And again, this ballpark plays light, so the ball will travel. So I wouldn't expect you to try a lot of risky stolen bases early in this game, especially. See how it plays out, but it's an offensive ballpark for sure.
Wind out of the south today, which is blowing out to center field. This one bounces in. And a ball and 2 strikes now on Lopez.
See the wind blowing out. Here's the graphic. In the SEC, the most combined home runs per game is right here at Bluebell Park, 3.9. The most home runs hit within the SEC is over in Athens, Georgia. And clearly a lot of that has to do with the talent that plays here. But
this ball in the air to left field, perhaps right on cue. That's a two-run shot for Adrian Lopez. His 13th home run of the year. The Trojans strike first. Fight on, Adrian Lopez going deep. That's got to be a good feeling after the heartbreaking loss in last night's ball game.
You mentioned he had a home run last night in the 8th inning, comes right back around and does it again. Adrian Lopez, the two-run shot. And for Lutz, again, struggling a little with the first hitter, walked him, got ahead of Adrian. But when you're struggling a little bit on the mound, you're more likely to split the plate just to throw strikes. And one split too many. Adrian Lopez takes him deep.
So 2 hitters in, 2 runs have scored for USC. Leadoff walk and a 2-run home run. And a reminder, the nation's strikeout leader on the mound for the Trojans today. We'll see Mason Edwards, who has been just spectacular this season. 43 wins for USC on the year. It's the first 40-win season since 2001. 12 all-time national championships for the Trojans. Augie Lopez, the sophomore, hitting in the DH spot. He's got 17 home runs to lead the ball club this year. He's behind in the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Todd mentioned it, the 4-pitch walk to start the game to Covarrubias. 0-2 then on Adrian Lopez, but on a 1-2 pitch, he's able to send it right at the scoreboard for a 2-run home run. Lutz ahead of Augie Lopez now, a ball and 2 strikes. This ball hit hard to the first baseman, Benton, who's able to snag it for the first out of the ball game.
Well, through 3 hitters, Lutz has not missed a barrel. Walked the first guy, a home run, and now Augie Lopez puts a charge into it, 100 miles an hour, right at Benton at first base for the first out.
Kevin Takeuchi now comes to the plate, batting in the cleanup spot in the order today. 8 home runs, 52 driven in, hitting just above 300, 302 average for the season for Takeuchi. 2-0 now to the 4-hole hitter, Takeuchi.
Leads the team in RBIs, runs, walks, and what a difference a year makes. 241 last year, hitting over 300 this year.
Perhaps the most athletic guy on the team. Takeuchi last night with the start in center field. He moves to third base for today's game. Maximo Martinez had some issues at third base in last night's game, moving people around a little bit. There's a strike, and the count evens at 2-2 to Kevin Takeuchi. Lutz trying to find his way out of this first inning with no more damage after a walk and a 2-run home run to start things off. This one fouled off the foot for Takeuchi, and we'll do it again. Mason Edwards waiting on his turn. Closing in on becoming the Big Ten's strikeout king, just 5 strikeouts away from that. Three and 2 now to Kevin Takeuchi. 3 regional sites where there were 3 games today, or at least part of a game and then 2 more games. Georgia had to finish their game with Long Island that was suspended yesterday. Bulldogs ended up winning that one 18-2. That score actually generated a lot of conversation online about whether or not the NCAA tournament should go to a 10-run rule after 7 innings, which is something that a lot of conferences have adopted during regular season play and in conference tournament play.
Well, I think if you ask the coaches, they'd like that as well. I mean, you get to save some pitching. If it's the last game of your season in an 0-1 game, maybe you'd like to play it out, but the key is you're having to just find guys when you're down by 10 or more runs just to fill innings, and that's no good for anybody.
Isaac Cadena takes down and away for ball 1. That's the 21st pitch here in the top of the first inning for Lutz. Cadena was 2 for 3 last night with a run scored, had a couple of walks in the game. And he takes a strike there. 3 games at the Atlanta site today. Oklahoma beat the Citadel 8-3. Citadel had to turn around and play UIC in an elimination game. Oklahoma and Georgia Tech will play tonight in Atlanta.
Ooh, how about Georgia Tech? Well, they 22 runs yesterday?
That is correct.
Second best team in the country. 360 as a group they hit. A lot of stars on that team.
UCLA, the #1 overall seed, goes down to St. Mary's yesterday. The #2 seed, Georgia Tech, they had no trouble in their opener.
UCLA's 3 big boys went 1 for 12 between LaVue, Roman Martin, and Rock Chalowski, supposed to be the first pick in the draft, went 0 for 4. So they've got to have their stars play.
Three balls and a strike to Isaac Cadena. And that pitch misses. 3 walks here in the opening inning for Lutz, and looks like we're going to have a conversation on the mound already here in the top of the first with just 1 out and 2 runs across already thanks to the 2-run home run from Adrian Lopez. So it's 3-2. St. Mary's getting the win over UCLA yesterday. They were one of 4 national seeds to lose in that opening round. You had a pair of 14-inning games on the opening day. First time in regional history that you've had 2 openers go 14 innings. East Carolina outlasting Tennessee, and then at 1:16 a.m. last night, Ole Miss had a walk-off win against Arizona State. SEC went 10-2, 12 SEC teams getting into the field of 64.
That #1 seed's tough for UCLA. Only 2 teams in this century have won. In 1999, I'm including with Miami, have won the national championship with that #1 stuck to their name. UCLA 0-2 in trips to Omaha. They were the #1 seed. They lost in the regional in 2015 to Maryland and lost in the Supers in 2019 to Michigan. So UCLA facing at 51 and now 7 facing elimination today.
John Savage, the longtime head coach at UCLA. This one chopped foul off the foot of Jack Basier. Talking about that #1 seed, you have 4 overall #1s that have been eliminated in the regional round, 6 more in the super regional. A dozen have lost in the College World Series, 2 of them in the finals of the College World Series, and then the aforementioned 2 national champions coming out of that #1 seed in the last 26 years.
You know, and Lutz does not have a walk problem. Only 13 walks in 59 innings coming into this game. I mean, the nerves clearly have gotten to him, and I really believe, again, the warm-up before this game started just kind of threw him off.
Takeuchi at second, Cadena at first. Basier fouls this one off. It's fallen behind all but 2 hitters here in the opening inning. Adrian Lopez on a 1-2 home run, and the 1 out, or he was actually ahead in the count of Augie Lopez, was 100 miles an hour off the bat. The 1-2 on the ground, a chance for 2, but it's off the glove of Taylor. He regroups and is able to get 1 out at first. Looked like you had a chance for a 6-4-3. Taylor stayed with it.
Yeah, but even when he kicks it, he looks smooth. We saw him yesterday with a pirouette throw out and another play he made yesterday, and that would have gotten Lamar off the field, but tough hop, short hop, and still loses his hat and still makes the play at first base. So it's not exactly the way Lamar would have wanted it, but at least they get one out.
Andrew Lamb did not start in last night's game. He did pinch hit, was 0 for 1. He draws the start today. Lamb playing in left field. 10 home runs on the year, 33 for the junior from Costa de Casa, California. You know where Costa de Casa is?
Never heard of that.
Hits this one high into the air, deep to right field. You could forget about that one. Over the seats, nearly to the train tracks, beyond the right field wall, a 421-foot blast.
Andrew Lamb with a pinch hit last night. Didn't start that ball game. Gets in today and hitting out of the southern hole. Son of Major Leaguer Mike Lamb goes deep, and USC all over Lamar early in this game.
They have spotted Mason Edwards a 5-run lead before he steps onto the mound. I know you can't do this.
I know what you're going to say.
When you've already had a starting pitcher go all the way through his warm-up process.
I'd still do it.
Can you put him on the shelf?
Not at 5, but if it's 10, if they come out of this 10-0, well, it's definitely something you would think about.
You've got 2 outs. Southern Cal's got to win 4 games in a row if they want to emerge victorious from the College Station Regional. There's a swing and a miss. A lot of conversation about what you do with your #1 starter if you are a #1 seed. Kind of mixed results on that. I know there are a lot of Southern Cal fans that go, well, you know, if you had started Mason Edwards, do you win? I felt like Grant Govell pitched well last night, and you don't look at that game and go, well, you automatically get a win if Mason Edwards throws in that ball game. It was a low-scoring game, and it was the bullpen that gave it up more than Govell.
Not only the bullpen, the closer.
Yeah.
So Adam Troy comes in the game for USC. You could argue even if it was Mason Edwards, although he may not have given up as many runs to that point, they got beaten the 9th on a 2-run homer. So I can't imagine you could make that argument and have it stick.
There's a swing and a miss for a strikeout. 8 come to the plate in the top of the first for USC. 5 runs on the board. What are we talking about? Here comes Mason Edwards. Couple of home runs in the top of the first.
Adrian Lopez goes deep, 2-0, and then Andrew Lamb. Big fly to right field. USC with a big lead.
Big Ten pitcher of the year, Mason Edwards, takes the mound. He is the first Big Ten pitcher of the year from Southern Cal since Ian Kennedy in 2005. The junior from Los Angeles at 6'2", 190, 160 strikeouts on the season to just 39 walks. His whip rate, walks plus hits per inning pitched, below 1.95.
Palisades Charter High School. He was the 6th overall left-hander out of that high school. And, 83, 84 miles an hour. Big story on ESPN by Cal Bonagura. If you want to go check it out. Kind of documents his rise to fame now, all the way to 95 miles an hour. Left-handers 167, right-handers 137 against the Big Ten pitcher of the year. Swing and misses is hard to believe. Over 50% on 5 different pitches. 30% is good. This guy is at another level.
So what you're saying is this Lamar lineup has got their hands full dealing with Mason Edwards today. We'll see Tab Tracy first at the top of the lineup, followed by Durbin and A.J. Taylor, who's got 7 home runs and is hitting at .301 there in the 3 spot, the first team All-Southland player. Will Davis, the head coach of Lamar, looking on from that third base dugout with Lamar as the home team today. Pair of home runs in the top of the first. There's a foul tip for strike 1 to Tab Tracy. Davis leading to Lamar to its first NCAA tournament appearance, 14th all time. First time since 2010, and it was announced earlier this week that this season will be his last at Lamar University. He's going to be the head coach at the University of Houston next year. He's made sure that this team and this coaching staff, though, is focused on Lamar and postseason play. Veteran ball club that he's got. A lot of upperclassmen on the field and in the lineup.
Well, we talked to him about that, and he said that's what made the transition a little easier for Will Davis. He's got 8 seniors in this lineup and 1 junior. They were all happy for him. You know, the underclassmen kind of wondering what's next, but everybody in this lineup are older and excited about his new move.
This ball lined out to left field, a base hit for Tab Tracy. Didn't try to do too much, just took a pitch on the outside part of the plate and drove it out into left for a leadoff single. See the makeup of the Lamar roster, 28 seniors, 38 upperclassmen. Making that decision for Will Davis perhaps a little bit easier. Here's a senior in Bo Durbin, the senior from Morton, Illinois. 5 home runs. He's driven in 42 on the year. Last start for Mason Edwards was his shortest of the season, 4 innings against Michigan State. But don't confuse yourself as to him doing anything wrong. Gave up only 2 hits in the 4 innings, had an extended weather delay against Michigan State in the Big Ten tournament that prematurely ended his outing. Count 2-0 to Bo Durbin.
USC as a pitching staff has 10 shutouts on the year. That's best in the country. 9 of them involved Grant Govell or this guy, Mason Edwards.
Fouled back for strike 1. 2 balls and a strike now to Durbin. Mason Edwards has evolved into the pitcher that he has become. You talked about the evolution with velocity as he has continuously picked up miles per hour, especially on the fastball, really since his sophomore year in high school when he was throwing in the mid-70s, got it into the low 80s, then into the low 90s, and that's where he pitches with the fastball now. But when asking Andy Stankiewicz about what is it that makes Mason Edwards special, he said it's the 2 breaking balls. 1 true over-the-top curveball. There he gets a sword for a swing and a miss, a strikeout, his first of the game, 161st of the season.
Yeah, it's just that the slider looks like the fastball, and that's why you get a check swing, because you think he's coming in with the fastball, and he just can't hold up. But he also has the 12-6 look at the breaking ball. 161 strikeouts for Mason Edwards now, 4 away from the Big Ten record. But, you know, they point to him working with Josh Goosen Brown, the USC baseball director of player development, and, you know, went to summer ball in Bend, Oregon a couple years ago. Last year decided to stay home, work on strength, delivery, routine, and it's made a difference coming into this year.
They call both of his breaking balls curveballs, but you said a second ago, the one that looks a lot like a slider, some people might call that a slurve. It's not that true hard slider, but release point, I guess, a little bit different.
Although I would say the ball he just threw to Bo Durbin was a true hard slider.
True slider.
I mean, that thing just, yeah, it just, you know, it's more horizontal action. And he'll throw more of a slurve, which is a little slower, a little more depth to it. And it's not that other pitchers don't have that. It's just that they talked about Mason Edwards being able to land that at any point in the count. So you can have a hitter be ahead in the count 2-0, 3-1. He's still able to land those curveballs or sliders for strikes.
Ball and 2 strikes now to A.J. Taylor.
And that, of course, was intended to be a swing and miss pitch. So he puts it on the ground on purpose. We'll look at his delivery, but not overpowering and not overly big. 6'2" and 94 on the fastball, but he just knows how to pitch.
Into the air on the run. Urban, the center fielder, makes the catch for the second out of the inning. That one was barreled up by A.J. Taylor. Leadoff single from Tab Tracy, but then a strikeout and a flyout. And that gets us to the 4th spot in the lineup, the designated hitter, Jack Wagner. Wagner was the catcher in yesterday's ball game, DHing today, 1 for 4 with a run driven in, struck out a couple of times, hitting .344 on the year. Wagner, another senior in this lineup. Freshman year for Mason Edwards at Southern Cal. He pitched in 20 games, had 4 starts. Strikeout numbers, nothing at that point that made you think this is what it was going to look like. Just 54 of them on the year. Last year, 12 appearances, 5 starts, 40 strikeouts in 33 innings. He's up to 161 strikeouts in 2026. We are in College Station, Texas, the College Station Regional. You look at the 4 teams in the field. Texas State, 120 miles away in San Marcos, about 180 from Beaumont, where Lamar resides. Those were bus trips, plane trip for the Trojans of Southern Cal. They covered 1,500 miles from Los Angeles here to Bryan College Station, hoping to extend their stay. Little Southern Cal fight song, fight on during the break. Trojans with 5 runs on a pair of home runs in the top of the 1st inning. A 2-run shot from Adrian Lopez, a 3-run home run from Andrew Lamb. The winner of this game will meet the loser of tonight's game in an elimination game tomorrow afternoon. Walter Urban leading the inning off with a double. Got a big hop over the third baseman Rodriguez and slides into second with a leadoff double.
That's how hard it is right in front of home plate. And pay attention to all the bunters. I mean, just straight over. Now, Rodriguez was playing in, but If you're bunting today, you pay attention to that because it's more likely to get back to the pitcher or directly at third base if you put it down on that hard ground.
I'm just curious. What was your second base celebration after a double?
We didn't do that. You know, it seems easy enough to think about that nowadays, but back then, I mean, you'd wear one in the helmet the next time you came to the plate if you tried anything like that.
Ground ball to Taylor. It's short. That'll move the runner over. And there's one out in the inning as Avery Covarrubias is retired.
But that's not to say I don't like it. I do like it. I don't necessarily like that one, but
you're more of a bow and arrow guy, or a
yeah, bow and arrow.
Do the water sprinkler at second base.
Yeah, something creative, of course. I mean, our celebration was me looking at Buddy Bell and just giving him like a thumbs up, and he giving it back to me. That was the extent of what we would do. But no, we never thought of that. And there was probably a good reason.
If you were playing, I'm not sure that Skip Bertman would have been all that enthused.
He wouldn't have liked it, and the opposing pitcher wouldn't have liked it.
Can you imagine in the late 80s hitting a double off of Ben McDonald, getting to second base, and then
dancing,
breaking out the moonwalk?
Yeah. Back then, you got a guy on the mound. Of course, everybody does now at those 95, 96 miles an hour with the threat that the next time you came up, they weren't going to get kicked out of the game or thrown at you. There was no dancing.
Runner at third, one down. Hope you're enjoying our old man conversation here in College Station.
You talking about Ben?
He's catching strays in Chapel Hill, our buddy Ben McDonald. Third time this year that USC's gone deep twice in the first inning of a ball game. Doing it today here with their season on the line. Adrian Lopez with his 13th home run of the year in his first at bat. Lifts this one out toward right center field. That one's dying fast in the gap. That's going to be another base hit for Lopez. He'll pick up the RBI as he motors towards second and slides in safely with the second double of the inning. Southern Cal now leads it 6-0.
That's 4 hits in a row for Adrian Lopez with 2 home runs going back to last night's game in the 4th inning. He did have a sac bunt in the middle of all that, but right off the end of the bat, the opposite direction. When you're hot, you're hot. And Adrian Lopez delivers another RBI.
Augie Lopez now will come to the plate. He lined out to the first baseman, Braden Benton, his first time up. That was 100 miles an hour off the bat. He's got an RBI opportunity here. This pitch in the dirt, and no throw to third. Good read on the break by Adrian Lopez. He'll advance on the wild pitch.
It was a great read. The ball kicked toward third base. Coomer had a good look at it, but not able to grab it quick enough. And that's huge with only one out, getting a runner into scoring position. I always felt like as a hitter, this was hitting's always difficult, but this was the less difficult at bat because really with the shift on in right field, all you got to do is basically put it in play.
See the 3 infielders on the right side and that big hole on the left side of the infield for Augie Lopez. 2 runs batted in away from 50 on the season. Trying to pick up Adrian Lopez, who stands at third base. A strike there. It's 2-1 now to Augie Lopez. Not to belabor the point, but if you were playing today and you had to come up with a double celebration for standing out at second base, any idea of the route that you would go? This ball lined up the middle, a base hit for Lopez to drive in Lopez. Augie with the hit. Adrian steps on home plate, and it's 7-0.
Three hits in the last 4 bats for USC. Augie Lopez, bullet right back up the middle. Drives in the 7th run for the Trojans. Yeah, you know, I'm not much of a dancer, RC, so I probably would have been pretty stoic out there anyway. Okay. So the new age baseball wouldn't have affected me that much, I don't think.
I like it.
My son, Jackson, who was at Houston Christian, trying to think of what he did. They did the same thing every time. I just can't remember. Cell phone, maybe? You know, pull it out of your pocket, dial, something like that.
You better call somebody.
Better call somebody. That's right.
So you're in the act like you've been there before category.
Yeah, but again, that's probably dating me as well. Yeah, I think a lot of us, just went about your business, and that was tough in baseball because everything you did well, you were supposed to do, so you couldn't really celebrate it. But then when you didn't do well, which was felt like most of the time, this is a failure sport.
That's when you go punch a water cooler.
Yeah, I had a lot of down moments, sleepless nights. You make an error, or key at bat where you strike out. It's just tough, especially when you're a perfectionist and you're trying to do everything the right way.
Kevin Takeuchi ahead in the count. He walked and scored. One of the guys that came around on Andrew Lamb's 3-run bomb. And it's a 4-pitch walk to Kevin Takeuchi. ESPN is home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals. For round-the-clock multi-game coverage, scan the QR code below. It's right there on your screen. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. You can hang out with our friends Chris Button and Matt Schick and Chris Burke and the one and only Mike Rooney.
That's what I love about Omaha. You get around those guys, get to talk baseball. I can't really bust out in a baseball conversation in Shreveport, Louisiana. So you get out to Omaha and you can, talk stolen bases with Chris Burke. You can talk about just about anything with the professor.
I
Mike
don't
Rooney.
know if I agree with you that you can't talk baseball in Shreveport, because as we're walking out of the ballpark together after midnight last night, you had a fellow that was out there with something for you to sign.
Well, I got some issues out here with Lutz.
Will Davis coming out. He's got the trainer with him as well. 7 runs, 5 hits in an inning and a third for USC. Already somebody warming up in the bullpen, but this appears perhaps to be health related as opposed to performance related. Jarrett Williams throwing in the pen.
Yeah, they're going to make a move, it looks like.
Look at this last one.
Yeah, I didn't really see him. Well, there's a lot of torque on that body right there. I don't see him. Yeah, he's asking for the ball. I don't know. They are going to make a move, though.
So new pitcher coming into the game, and if this is indeed injury related, then an unlimited number of pitches for Williams as he comes into the ball game. He's got time to get loose, get comfortable. The break in the action will take one as well. Southern Cal in front, 7-zip. A pitching change for Lamar. Travis Lutz leaving this game. We think injury related. Got into the dugout a moment ago, and after being greeted by his teammates, walked up the tunnel with the trainer in tow. So if we get any kind of a report, we will pass that along to you. You talked about from the outset, from his opening warm-up pitches, some of it having to do with the footing on the mound. Didn't look entirely comfortable. And that level of discomfort was elevated because of the bats of Southern Cal. So now it's Jarrett Williams' turn. One of the few freshmen on this team, left-handed freshman from Santa Fe, Texas, at 6 feet, 170 pounds, will come into the game. And pretty good numbers this year for Williams. He's 2-3, making his 16th appearance of the year. He's got 12 starts this season.
Weekend starter for Lamar coming out of the pen today. 5-pitch mix with the fastball, cutter, slider, curve, change. Low 90s fastball, not overpowering, but and like you mentioned, has good numbers. Going to be around the plate. Actually better against right-handed hitters than he is left-handed hitters. $189 for righties.
The NCAA Regionals coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, the home of all NCAA championships. Again, a longer warm-up time than normal for Jarrett Williams because he came in due to an injury. He has as many pitches as he would like, feel comfortable and ready to go. We are told by folks with the Lamar program that Lutz was having some cramping issues. We saw that in the early game yesterday, though not with a pitcher. It was with Gavin Grahovac, who appeared to be dealing with some cramping late in the ball game. He came out, what was it, in the ninth inning. Got started yesterday with Lamar facing Texas A&M, and boy, things were going well for the Cardinals. They led 5-0. Gavin Grahovac got the scoring started with a solo home run for Texas A&M. The Aggies would score 7 unanswered to advance to the 1-0 game tonight against the 3-seed Texas State, who handed USC a heartbreaking loss, 5-4, with a 2-run home run from Chase Mora in the top of the ninth inning. Got the final 3 outs and advanced to that 1-0 game. So we've got an elimination game right here. Currently, feels like 95 here in College Station. We discovered the ceiling fan in our booth, and boy, it feels a little bit different in here than it did yesterday when we just sat in the sauna.
No ceiling fan on, and the AC was off.
That's right.
And, you know, I was smart enough to just think it was just hot in here, but once you got everything going, we're borderline comfortable. But on the field, it is hot.
Well, we saw that on Thursday when we were here for the practice rounds. It was, yeah, there you go, right up there above us. Full tilt.
Great investment.
If we didn't have one, I could have bought one. I just couldn't have installed it.
Or just blew on me, like just breathe.
I'm going to pass on that.
What'd you eat for lunch?
Cheesecake. Had a big breakfast, though. That is back-to-back 4-pitch walks, and the Southern Cal fans have picked up on the tradition here in College Station as well.
We talked about this last night with Clayton Freshcorn, having pitched, you know, last night. Would he come back today if they needed him tonight? I don't think there's any doubt. You know, if USC jumps him for 10, 11, 12 runs, you know, you limit Mason Edwards' pitch count today, and he can bounce back. Everybody's different. Every pitcher's different, but I think that's what you'll see today if USC can pin a few more on the board.
8 in a row have missed. There is a strike, and that will silence the chance for now. Southern Cal fans not only picking up on the local tradition, but also finding the shady spot at the top of the stadium of the first base dugout that houses the Trojans today. There's strike 2, good breaking ball there. Travis Lutz last an inning and a third, gives up 5 hits, 7 earned runs. He walked 4. This pitch down and away for ball 1. Isaac Cadena walked on 4 pitches, and now Jack Basier looking to do some damage with the bases loaded and 1 out in the inning. And of course, Lamar would love to get that ground ball to try and end the inning with no more damage. This one out into the net. Augie Lopez at third base. Kevin Takeuchi out at second. He reached on a walk, and Isaac Cadena lead at first. First baseman Benton in on the edge of the grass. The other infielders playing deep. There's a swing and a miss for a strikeout and the second out of the inning. So Jarrett Williams looked a whole lot more comfortable there. Getting a strikeout, the second of the game.
That's a big out. Jack Basier's the best hitter in this Trojan lineup, hit .353 with 10. Gets him to swing and miss. Andrew Lamb, who went deep last time, gets a chance. He's been in a platoon situation this year with left-handed pitchers, gets a chance right here.
Andrew Lamb with a 3-run home run in his first at bat. He hit it over the grandstands beyond the right field wall, out toward the train tracks, and there was a train going by at the time. Do you treat that like you're at the driving range and you've got the guy that's out there picking up balls, driving in the little covered golf cart with the picker-upper on the front?
Yes, and here's what Andrew Lamb did last at bat. No batting gloves, doesn't matter. Deep right center, old school. Andrew Lamb.
Big swing and a miss there. The count, a ball and 2 strikes now to Andrew Lamb. It was his 11th home run of the year. He's up to 36 runs batted in.
Athletic parents. Mom Teresa was a softball player at Cal State Fullerton. We talked about Mike, 10 seasons in the big leagues, over 2,700 at bats. Wow. So they know bat and ball sports in the Lamb family. He's played third base, or Mike actually played third base, first base, outfield. Yeah, he even had a catching appearance with the Rangers. Very versatile.
His 3-run jack came with 2 outs in the inning. Not going to happen this time, though. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jarrett Williams to limit the damage. 7-0 through an inning and a half.
The real fun just getting started.
Run straight for the breakaway.
The celebration is on.
June 12th, that's when the College World Series begins. Certainly late last night, Southern Cal might have had some ideas of that, thinking, hey, we got Mason Edwards going tomorrow. We're going to be in a 1-0 game. Who knows about a super regional? Can we see this guy on the mound? at the College World Series. Now he is pitching in an elimination game, the nation's strikeout leader. Added 1 to that total in the bottom of the first inning. He's facing 5, 6, and 7. Rodriguez, Benton, and Coomer. This one hit on the ground to second, fielded by Covarrubias over to Lopez, and there is 1 down. So, I want to go back to what we were talking about, kind of coming out of the top of the first inning. Put yourself in Andy Stankiewicz, kind of in his headspace. What are you thinking about with Mason Edwards? Is it as simple as, hey, kid, go be you, get us as far in this game as you can get us, preserve as much pitching as we can, and then let's try to make a run? Or are you going, all right, we've got a 7-0 lead in the second inning. I think we've got arms that can pitch and pitch well in this game. Could I shut him down early to potentially have him on a Monday night if you were to get that far?
You have to know Mason Edwards, and I don't know him like this coaching staff knows him, number one. Number two, that decision is different right now, being the end of the season, than it would have been in the middle of the year. But, again, I think you got to score a few more. I mean, you got to get 10, 11, 12. It'd be tough to justify if your bullpen comes in. That's another aspect of it. Who do you trust in the bullpen? They went through their 2 best arms last night. Adam Troy got beat up at the end. So, you know, you'd have to know him. If it were me, all things being equal, I think 10's the number. Anything over 10, and, you know, you probably think about saving him as much as you can. Sean Allen, the pitching coach over there in his second year. I mean, Andy Stankiewicz can't say enough good things about him and his feel for the game, more so than, you know, the book and what it tells you to do, the lefty matchups, that type of thing.
Braden Benton at the plate, had a home run yesterday. Just his second of the season and his first since late February. How's this one straight back? Hadn't really noticed until just now the net that you have behind home plate extends up, but there's no net that extends to the grandstand roof. We have a chance at a foul ball.
I thought that one we had a real shot. It has to come straight down at the right spot. We got an overhang that's blocking us, but I got you.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, okay. And then I'll lay off.
We'll make that a real-time decision based on the velocity with which it is coming back. This is where we sit. Boy, what a great spot here at Bluebell Park.
Great ballpark, yeah. Kyle Field in the distance, football. A lot of new construction buildings on this campus at Texas A&M.
Well, they've got about 700,000 students here at Texas A&M now.
I thought you were going to say 700 million. Well, probably got that too, right?
It may be that many. Cranes all over campus on the horizon as you look out from Bluebell Park. This ball hammered foul.
They always say
been
that.
On a couple.
Yeah. Well, a little early. I always felt like that. Your swing's off when you're pulling the ball foul that much because you're vulnerable to all the off speed. If you foul it off the other way, at least you're staying back and you can adjust in your mind if you think a fastball's coming on that pitch. But pulling the ball foul, and you've got to make major adjustments to get back on track.
9th pitch of the at-bat, 25th of the game for Edwards. Got in on the hands, floating out to left field where Lamb comes in and moves over, makes the catch for out number 2. 5 in a row retired since the leadoff single the opposite way for Tab Tracy in the bottom of the first.
You know, I always say when you go into a new city, if you see construction going around, then that's an indication of how good the economy is.
Good place to invest in real estate.
That's right. A lot like golf. Like you get on, you tee off, and there's a bunch of tees lying around. Good economy. If you don't see any tees, pretty rough.
First pitch strike to Theo Coomer, getting the start today as the catcher. Yesterday it was Jake Wagner behind the home plate. Coomer did not play in yesterday's game. So his first at bat of the regional. And he is quickly behind in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Ball just stays off the plate that time.
But that's by design as well. So you can tell, even though Mason Edwards misses, it's a quality miss. It's not a non-competitive. That one in a perfect spot, low and away.
4 o'clock here in College Station. Elimination game of the College Station Regional coming up later tonight. It's Texas A&M. And Texas State will have that game for you at 9 Eastern, 8 Central on ESPN2. Pitch to Coomer. Strike 3 called, and he knew it. Goes away looking. Second strikeout of the game for Mason Edwards. 6 in a row retired after the leadoff single.
Mason Edwards nibbling on the outside corner with 2 strikes to Theo Coomer. And this says, you know what? I'm just going to land it right over the middle of the plate. Strike 3. Coomer goes down. Second strikeout for Mason Edwards, who holds a 7-run lead.
Seven 0 Southern Cal leading over Lamar as we go to the top of the third. We're joined by Will Davis, the head coach of the Lamar Cardinals, and obviously not exactly the start that you draw up in this one. Long way to go, though. What do you say to your club?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not the start you want when you're facing, statistically the best pitcher in the country. But the at-bats have been, tough so far. We've been fighting, and all you can do is fight, and that's what we're going to continue to do. And it was really good to see Jarrett Williams, our little freshman pitcher right there, get out of that jam. And we just got to keep going, man. It's a long game. It's pretty offensive conditions, so who knows? You
had to make a pitching change. It was an injury-related change. Hey, what can you tell us about your starter, Travis Lutz?
Travis, something seemed off from the beginning, and he was battling a blister on his foot, and he ripped it right there on that last hitter, and obviously he had to come out.
Not a lot of fun there. Coach, we appreciate your time. Wish you the best.
All right, thank you, guys.
So it wasn't cramps, it was a blister on the foot. I thought there was something strange, with the landing and, him showing a little discomfort early. And when you bust through that, that's no good at all.
I think that's the right way to describe it, too. Really, from those opening warm-up pitches that he took, I think you said, Todd, he looked uncomfortable and just couldn't find it, and maybe that's the reason why you blow open a blister on the bottom of your foot.
Yeah, well, our producer, Brandon, originally pointed out that he was landing awkwardly, and so he showed us that, and then you start paying attention to it, and it kind of makes more sense now that you would have a blister on your foot, coupled with, the way he was landing on that dirt, sliding a little bit. Walked the first guy on 4 pitches.
Dean Carpentier leading off for Southern Cal here in the top of the third. 5 runs in the first, 2 more in the second for the Trojans. Long ball is part of the story in the first inning. A 2-run home run from Adrian Lopez, a 3-run blast from Andrew Lamb. Trojans had a couple of doubles in the second inning. Carpentier struck out to end the first inning, his first time up, hitting .234 on the year. 3 long balls for the shortstop, 24 driven in. Carpentier headed down to first base. That's another walk in the game, the 6th. 4 by the starter Lutz and 2 now for Jarrett Williams since coming in. Big picture question for you about Southern Cal baseball. We know the history of the program. 12 national championships, Rod Dedeaux, all that he was able to do. Mike Gillespie had an incredible run for him as the head coach in that program. But Southern Cal baseball, really over the last quarter of the century, has taken a step back from where it has been historically. We've talked with Andy Stankiewicz about trying to rebuild that, the responsibility that he feels. Back-to-back regionals, Southern Cal now calling the Big Ten home. What is the staying power for the Trojans in terms of kind of the national landscape?
Oh, well, first of all, it starts with Andy Stankiewicz. I mean, this guy took a program that finished last in the Pac-12 in 2022 and gradually, since 2023, has built it to where it is now. Made the NCAA tournament for the first time since 2015. Last year, 40th win season this year was the first since 2005, ranked as high as 12 this year. Started 19-0, that tied for a program record for consecutive wins. And, I mean, just what he's done in this short period of time without the NIL money and certain other things that other programs have. Andy Stankiewicz has done a fantastic job moving this program into where it is now, and it's no surprise. You know, when you heard the Grand Canyon name come up, that was Andy Stankiewicz back in 2021, took them to a regional for the first time in that program's history.
You see the progression, 34 wins in year one, drops back to 31 in year two, postseason last year, back-to-back trips to a regional for the first time since 01-02. And 43 wins coming into today's ball game for the Trojans.
Spent the last 2 years playing away from their home ballpark at Rod Dado Field, having to bus over to Irvine. And this year comes back for the first year. It goes 32-1 at home. I mean, that was an incredible deal. Thought they might have a chance to host the regional. Didn't. They're here now. But, yeah, I think they've got big-time staying power in the Big Ten.
The lead is 7-0, and this ball is rifled out to left field by the 9-hole hitter, Walter Urban. Carbon copy of the swing that he had back in the second inning when he bounced the one over the third baseman's head in the second inning. But a double and a single now for Urban in the 9-hole, and that takes us back to the top of the order. And Avery Covarrubias thought maybe first to third for Carpentier, and whoop.
Yeah, we saw that in the SEC tournament last year, too, when they water the field in the beginning of some of these games before the sun can get to it. It gets a little wet, slippery, and, you know, you don't go out and practice that stuff on the dirt. You're really not even allowed to get on the dirt except in and out before the game starts. So kind of not used to the footing on the infield early in these games.
Benton, the first baseman, is about half a dozen steps in from the edge of the grass.
Well,
you had Covarrubias show bunt.
Well, he's not bunting. He needs to take a half a dozen steps back. 7-0.
Giving Jared Williams something else to look at, think at. He's shown it on the first two pitches, but has pulled back quickly. Not this time. And instead he hits it to Taylor, who's going to try to double off over at first base. Urban not able to do that. Covarrubias lines out. Yesterday, Adrian Lopez late in the ball game, the opposite way. Sneaks it over the wall into the bullpen for a home run. First at bat today, two-run job off the face of the scoreboard.
2 at bats, 2 home runs. And then added a double last inning. Adrian Lopez on a little heater. Last 3 at bats.
1 out in the inning with Lopez at the plate, 2 for 2. Home run, double, and 3 driven in today. First pitch strike this time to Lopez. As a team, 79 pitches through 2 1/3 for Lamar. This one on the ground, chance for 2. Taylor to Durbin to Benton for the inning-ending double play. 6-4-3, exactly what Jarrett Williams needed. No runs on the board. It's 7-0 as we go to the bottom of the third. 7-0 our score. Southern Cal in front of Lamar. Bottom of the third inning of this elimination game in the College Station Regional. Our College Station Regional paired with the Chapel Hill, or as Mike Monaco likes to call it, Chapel Thrill Regional. First team eliminated in the tournament this year was Tennessee. They lost in 14 yesterday to East Carolina, lost the elimination game to VCU. North Carolina and East Carolina playing a 1-0 game that has just gotten started in Chapel Hill. No score early in that ball game. Good color contrast. You got the gold jerseys for ECU and North Carolina in their Carolina blues today.
North Carolina can really pitch it.
First pitch misses for, or excuse me, the first two pitches miss to Braden Evans, the 8-hole hitter batting for the first time. 6 in a row retired by Mason Edwards. There's an SEC Triple Crown watch that is ongoing. Batting average, home runs, and runs batted in. And Daniel Jackson is the leader for that. Just hit his 29th home run of the year for Georgia, a 2-run home run.
Going for 30-30. So when you add stolen bases and the fact that he's a catcher, I don't think it's any kind of guessing game as to who's going to win the Golden Spikes this year. Daniel Jackson, what a fantastic year. And he benefits, you know, that offense is ridiculous for Georgia as well, but special player.
If Daniel Jackson finishes on top of all three of those categories and wins the Triple Crown, he would be the first non-Mississippi State player to ever win the Triple Crown in the SEC.
Are you just not wanting to mention Brent Rooker's name or Paul Maro's name? Well, you're an Ole Miss guy. That makes sense. That makes sense.
I was teeing it up for you to sound really smart there, my friend. I laid it out on a silver platter, and then you want to be that guy.
What you love about Mason Edwards, he's keeping everything low. That, according to John Butkin, a little too low, home plate umpire, but it feels like Mason Edwards, every pitch he throws is with conviction, and he's putting it in the exact spot he wants to. That one missed by an inch.
First walk of the game, second base runner. That snaps the string of 6 in a row, retired by Edwards. A leadoff single to start the offensive portion of the game for Lamar from Tab Tracy. This is Balin Valentine, the senior from Abilene. Right-handed hitter batting in the 9-hole, hitting .273. Had a hit against Texas A&M yesterday. Ball and a strike. But yes, to your point, Rafael Palmeiro, one of the all-time greats at Mississippi State, and then Brent Rooker did it a few years ago.
And back to Daniel Jackson, the first catcher in the country with 25-25 home runs, stolen bases. He's going to go 30-30, 29 home runs and 26 stolen bases, something like that.
If you get to the 30 home runs, do you start getting kind of silly on the base paths?
We saw him in the, that's a great question, because we saw him in the SEC tournament get picked off, and that was my comment is, you know, you start trying to squeeze in stolen bases to try to get the last 4. It's all obviously going to be a function on how far Georgia goes in the tournament, how many more games Daniel Jackson has, but 30-30, the only player ever to do that, J.D. Drew from Florida State.
So 1 home run away, he needs 5 more stolen bases, 25 of 27 on the year coming into today's ball game. North Carolina threatening in the top of the first inning. Couple of runners on, 2 outs. This is going to put Tracy on base for the second time today. Led the game off in the bottom of the first with a single, hit by a pitch now, and so walk, strikeout, HBP to start the third for Mason Edwards dealing with this Lamar offense.
Yeah, it's crazy you mentioned Braden Evans having his first at bat here in the 3rd inning. 2 USC hitters have already hit 3 times.
And a quick conversation now on the mound with Mason Evans as He's got himself into a little bit of a situation with a couple of base runners and just one out.
Yeah, Mason Edwards just trying to get a little bit. It's hot out there, and so I'm all about taking as many breaks as you possibly are allowed. And that's just a quick talk. Sean Allen, pitching coach, second year.
When you have a guy that has been as pinpoint accurate as he has been this year, 162 strikeouts on the season, now 40 walks, do you ever run into the issue of trying to be too fine, too precise?
Well, I was thinking about that as it relates to a hitter. Like if you're a home run guy, trying to hit home runs isn't exactly how you would go about it. So as a pitcher, trying to get strikeouts, it can't be your mentality, right? So Skip Johnson from Oklahoma talks about you can't make the hitter swing and miss. You have to put it in a spot, and if he makes contact, he makes contact, and if your stuff's good enough, you will get a lot of swing and misses, but you can't make strikeouts happen.
On the ground, chance for two, to short for one, to first. That's a 4-6-3 double play. So Lamar gets out of the top of the third with the twin killing. Southern Cal does the same thing here at the bottom of the third. You're watching the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Most of the Aggies fans right now trying to stay cool, many of them inside those RVs just outside Bluebell Park. Probably trying to stay hydrated as well. Mid-90s, the real field temperature here in Aggie land. Going to be a big one tonight for Texas A&M and Texas State in the 1-0 game. Got Southern Cal fans up above that first base dugout, hanging out in the top few rows under the shade from the roof here at Bluebell Park. Augie Lopez leading off the inning for Southern Cal, and he takes ball one. You're a home on wheels guy.
Yeah, for these trips, had the motorhome in Hoover last week. Anytime it's convenient, man, it's pretty cool. So I was in the parking lot of the Hoover Met last week, and had I known that Bluebell had hookups right here, I would have done that as well. But I'm 5 minutes down the road at 12th Park, and it's great there too. So
I thought it was just because you didn't donate enough to the Texas A&M Scholarship Fund that you didn't get to park here.
I'm sure that's probably part of it, but there's some empty spots out there. I could have squeezed in today. I don't know if I want to stay in the parking lot of the place we're spending 15 hours a day at anyway.
Yeah. Need a change of scenery?
Probably a little change of scenery. That's right.
2 balls and a strike, and this one runs inside. Now 3-1 to Augie Lopez. A line out in the first, an RBI single in the second for Lopez. This one hit high in the air out into center field. Tracy, center fielder, going to settle a step or two shy of the warning track. Long out for the first out of the inning, and Lopez knows he just missed a home run there. UCLA, the first ever #1 overall seed to lose its opening game in a regional. They fell behind 1-0 to Virginia Tech, but a home run and now a base hit has given the Bruins a 2-1 lead in the fourth elimination game with Virginia Tech.
Yeah, the 3 studs for that UCLA group go 1 for 12 yesterday against St. Mary's. So I always say they call it an average for a reason. At some point, you know, they're going to get theirs, and today feels like the day.
Base is empty, 1 down. Top of the fourth inning, Southern Cal with 5 runs in the first, 2 more in the second, and that's where we stand. And there's Takeuchi with a swing and a miss. He's behind in the count of ball and 2 strikes. A walk in the first inning with a run scored. Walked again in the second inning. A couple of plate appearances, but no official at-bats for Kevin Takeuchi so far today. And he takes strike 3, and now he's got an official at-bat, 0 for 1 in the game. Kind of shook his head as he walked away, but a good pitch there from Jarrett Williams.
Yeah, just to pick up the spin right here. It looks high and away to Takeuchi and just gives up on it a little early. Comes back over the plate for strike 3. I was told the little kids, and we had this conversation earlier today, is I'm in swing mode with 2 strikes, and my eyes got to tell me whether it's a ball and I'm going to lay off. But if you're trying to decide as the pitch is coming, that's where you get the freeze-ups. A lot of times these little league coaches will yell at their kids, you know, for swinging at a pitch out of the zone, and it freezes them up. So I always said, look, you'll never hear a word from me if you swing at strike 3. But if you take strike 3, that's a problem.
Isaac Cadena has been on base twice. He's walked twice. In fact, everybody but the guy on deck, Jack Basir, in the order today for Southern Cal, has reached base safely.
Jarrett Williams with 54 innings on the year. That's 3rd most on this staff. So he, like we talked about, he's a starter that has come out of the pen after Lutz left with the blister and knows what he's doing. And so finally settling in. Got the double play at the end of 3rd, and now 2 quick outs here in the 4th.
We are certainly glad to have you along with us here in College Station. But if you have a multi-screen option, maybe you keep this one on the primary screen and you get squeeze play up. They are in, do we call that a quintuple box, or they just go 5 box on it? 5 wide on squeeze play right now. Make it 6. They got 6 games up at one time on squeeze play, and a lot of really good stuff happening across the country. There is a broken bat fielded by the second baseman. The throw to first, not in time. Isaac Cadena. You don't see that very often. Down on the handle of the bat, it just snapped at contact.
And because the bat broke, he gets a base hit. If the bat doesn't break, that ball is hit harder. I mean, that was 78 off the bat, 78 miles an hour. And if that's hit well, it probably founds the hole, but gets the base hit.
Lamar is challenging the safe call at first base, plays on the further review.
It was bang play at first base, and Cadena was called safe on the play.
You know, a lot of times with bats, you have tape wrapped around a lot of it, so you wouldn't notice a small crack in your bat. I like to take BP with it beforehand, just a few. You know, not to wear the bat out, but just a few, so you would know if you heard anything or if it felt a little different. But if you bust it out for the game for the first time, you wouldn't notice a little crack that ends up being a broken bat. And that is the
backhand
exact
scoop
same
by
time.
Benton.
Fantastic scoop by Benton at first base. That is the identical timing there between the ball hitting the web and the left foot by Cadena.
You know, the dads and the coaches that you talked about a second ago that would say, hey, don't swing at that one out of the zone. They were the same ones that would yell at the umpire, tie goes to a runner.
Yeah.
No such rule.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to make the definitive call one way or
If you were
another.
going to say that, that's it. But I think the call's going to stand.
Call on the field was safe. Indisputable video evidence to overturn the call on the field. That's the threshold for replay.
But if you want to entertain yourself, go back to Little League and listen to coaches and parents and what they say. I was laughing watching some of that over the years.
You know, it's funny you say that because you can think back to your Little League baseball days and perhaps have some of the fondest memories of your entire lifetime. So much fun playing under the lights at a park as a kid.
After review, the call of safe stands. Lamar charge a challenge, has one remaining.
All right, so safe at first base and infield single for Cadena. But there are times, if in your adult years you go to a park, that you question humanity a little bit with some of the things that you hear and see and observe.
You can go to a 7-year-old T-ball game and the parents would scream at the umpire for making a bad call. I mean, it's just incredible to me in this day and age of expectations. And then travel ball is even worse.
Jared Williams, that was his 49th pitch of the game, which matches the number of pitches that Travis Lutz threw in his inning and a third. Since coming in, 3 strikeouts for Jarrett Williams. 2 outs in the inning, runner at first, and this one fouled back by Jack Basier. Second team all Big Ten performer, Jack Basier, as you get a look there at Isaac Cadena, the catcher at first. We were talking earlier about Daniel Jackson and how well he runs for Georgia. Watching him over a couple of days, Cadena moves really, really well for a catcher on the base paths as well.
Yeah, Andy Stankiewicz switched Basier and Cadena in the lineup from last night, so Cadena moves up a spot to where he is now. Basier behind him. And Basier, again, the best hitter on this Trojan lineup.
353 average for Jack Basier. That is 50 points better than the next best batting average on the team that belonged to Adrian Lopez coming into this game.
And that's how you can decipher a great player, right? 50 points higher. You know, the old Rod Dado field was a graveyard. It was tough to hit. Now they've kind of shifted it a little bit. It's become more hitter friendly, but when you're 50 points higher than anybody else in the lineup, that's saying something.
A new facility for USC baseball, part of a overall $28 million project, give or take, on the baseball facility, and it's part of a larger athletics project, well over $100 million, that included a new training performance center for the football program. And because they needed a little bit more space for football, they were putting in an additional practice field and building that facility. They kind of moved Dado Field over and kind of shifted it a little. I don't know if it was quite 90 degrees, but turned it a little bit. Seems to have made it more hitter friendly. So Basier reaches safely, and now everybody in the lineup has reached safely for Southern Cal. And we've got Andrew Lamb at the plate already with a home run today, a 3-run home run back in the first inning. It was his 11th of the season. And he hits this one through the right side, past Durbin, out into right field, hitting the bag at third and coming around to score, Isaac Cadena. He'll do so without a throw. Basier goes first to third. It's a run-scoring single for Andrew Lamb. He's got 4 RBIs in the game and now 37 on the year.
There you go, lefty. Cutter moving away from Andrew Lamb. Stays in there just long enough to pull it past the second baseman. Out in front a little bit. but another base hit for the Trojans. That's 8 on the day, 8 runs.
East Carolina has gotten a run in the bottom of the first inning, and the Pirates lead 1-0 over North Carolina, the number 5 overall seed. Chapel Hill Regional paired with our College Station Regional. Texas A&M, the 1 seed here, the number 12 overall. Ooh, that one hit Carpentier, and he will head down to first base. Bases full of Trojans here with 2 outs in the 4th inning, and Walter Urban, who is 2 for 2, comes to the plate.
Oh, right on the front of the foot. Saw a little ow. That hurts.
Don't you have to be in the deal where you're like, I literally have a shin guard. Could it not be 3 inches higher?
Yeah. You get hit in the foot or any kind of bone, that's when it's not good. And I played in the day and age without a lot of guards. And so I got hit on the elbow plenty. Fouled balls off my shin, and I'm sure there is greater pain in the world, but that comes close.
Telling you about Squeeze Play, ESPN is the home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals for around-the-clock multi-game coverage. And if you were watching last night, we do mean around the clock. Scan the QR code below. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with Squeeze Play. Just open the camera app on your phone, point it at that QR code, and your smartphone is smart enough to do the rest. A lot of action on Squeeze Play right now, including an 11-11 game in Hattiesburg between Southern Miss and Virginia. Elimination game. One of the 3 elimination games that is pitting the number 1 and number 2 seeds.
Southern Miss had to come back in that one. They were down big. They won the regular season and the tournament. Southern Miss was playing well and lost yesterday. And to go 0-2 would be a shock there in Hattiesburg.
Walter Urban has been on it so far today. Hit a hard ball right in front of home plate that ended up bouncing over the third baseman's head for a double back in the 2nd inning. And then just rifled one out into left field. And Rodriguez, the third baseman, he's right on top of the line. That'd be really impressive if Urban just turned and shot one through the right side of the infield.
Big hole on the right side. Second baseman Durbin playing up the middle on Urban.
This ball lifted down the left field line, and that is going to leave the yard. It's a grand slam for Walter Urban. I just gave him an extra name. 3rd hit of the ball game. Walter Urban with just his 3rd home run of the season. He hooked it down the left field line just over the wall. Party's on for the Trojans, leading at 11-0.
I'm with you. Flashes of Joey Bell. Down and in, go get it. And just rips it into left field. Walter Urban, his 3rd home run of the year. Duke can hit, 340 average. Hasn't played all year long. Gets stuck in there in the lineup and in the 9 spot. 3 for 3. How about that? This Trojan offense is rolling. First career grand slam for Walter Urban. Congrats.
5 runs in the inning, all with 2 outs. Fly out to Lopez, and Takeuchi struck out. But since then, single, walk, single, hit by pitch, grand slam. Said 11, it's now 12-0. Trojans with a 5 spot in the first, 2 in the second, 5 more here in the 4th. They've hit 3 home runs in the ball game. Avery Covarrubias at the plate, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. 8th man in the inning to come to the dish for SC. He's ahead in the count, 3 balls and no strikes. And it's a 4-pitch walk to Covarrubias, second time he has reached base on balls. Talked about Walter Urban with his 3rd home run of the year. He was not a prolific home run hitter in high school. In his senior year, had just 3 home runs. Urban playing at Loyola High School. And he's got a game going today, 3 for 3, and he is now the somewhat elusive triple away from the cycle. Pitching change coming for Lamar. We'll take a timeout. 12-0 Southern Cal in front. Cooper Carlgren into the game, right-hander, a senior from Topeka, Kansas, will be the 3rd pitcher of the day used for Lamar. 12-0 the score. Carlgren making his 19th appearance of the year. Numbers pretty good.
Numbers really good. 53 strikeouts at 48. Walks are a little high at 24. 4.13. Does have 4 starts on the year. Got a good arm, too. 94, 95 miles an hour. Fastball change to left-handers, fastball slider to right. And at this point, this is a tough ask. Down by 12, have any energy to get out there and get some outs.
Look at these games. You got Auburn leading NC State 17-7, elimination game on the Plains. 11 apiece for Virginia and Southern Miss. Southern Miss batting in the bottom of the 9th inning, trying to win it. 2-2 with Virginia Tech and UCLA. Game moving along in the top of the 5th inning. Georgia and Liberty are tied at 2 in the 2nd inning. Oklahoma State in the 10th inning with a 1-run lead over Alabama State, 7-6. There are a lot of people that thought that Oklahoma State was one of the 2 seeds that had a great chance to emerge as a regional winner on the road.
I was one of them. I mean, they can really swing it. That's what we love about baseball, though. You never know.
Adrian Lopez fouls this one back. 6 in a row have reached safely after 2 outs to start the inning. Augie Lopez flew out. Kevin Takeuchi struck out. Single walk, grand slam, walk. And now Adrian Lopez trying to keep the inning going for the Trojans. Takes a ball and the count goes to 1-2. Travis Lutz, the starter, a right-hander for Lamar. Jarrett Williams from the left side, and now Cooper Carlgren, right-handed pitcher. Goes to 2-2. Andy Stankiewicz will join us coming up. Head coach for the Trojans. Interested to hear what he says the mindset was for his team, because obviously last night, heartbreaking loss for the Trojans. Late back to the hotel, late night. Saw some of those guys at the hotel, I mean, just look kind of shell-shocked.
That's why you would rather have the day game yesterday, because you play the night game and lose, and you have to turn around early and play this day game. It's just so difficult.
So far, so good, though, for the Trojans.
They obviously handled it well.
On the ground to third, they go the short route to second for the Force to end the inning. Lopez, a fielder's choice. Walter Urban with a grand slam, yanked it down the left field line. Trojans in front, 12-zip. All Trojans so far, 12-0. USC leading it over Lamar. Andy Stankiewicz joins us right now, the head coach of USC in his 4th season. And, Coach, last night, obviously very difficult, heartbreaking for your ball club, but heck of a bounce back so far today. What did you sense from them as you were coming to the yard this morning?
Well, we just talked about, hey, man, it's a sense of urgency. It's we got to go, right? So they responded well so far. We got a lot of ball game left, but we put some nice at-bats together to get out in front here. But no, it was a sense that they understand. Got an older group here. They want to keep playing baseball.
Andy, talking about responding well, how about your 9-hole Walter Urban, 3 for 3, triple away from the cycle? How about that kid?
Yeah, a youngster, just kind of come out of, I'm going to say nowhere, because he's been working his tail off as a young man, working hard to try to get his game better. And had an opportunity to start playing center field for us, and he's taking advantage of it in a big way. Yeah.
This one scoots out into left field. Coach, one more quick one for you before we let you go. You look at the score and what you've got with Mason Edwards. Is there a scenario where you maybe pull him earlier than you would, thinking ahead to what the rest of the regional could look like?
It's a thought for sure. You know, you got to be careful. This guy's got a heck of a future out in front of him, and I just want to make sure that he's in a good spot. But no, I understand what you're saying, and yeah, there's been some quiet discussions about that for sure.
All right, we appreciate your time.
Okay.
We'll keep an eye on it. Thanks so much.
All right, fellas, thank you.
Andy Stankiewicz, so there's your answer.
Well, 11 years at Grand Canyon, his 4th year here at USC, played 7 major league seasons, played under Buck Showalter with the Yankees. Big base stealer at Pepperdine, 100 bags for Andy Stankiewicz.
And Todd, obviously did you pitch when you were young?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my whole story about tearing my rotator cuff. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was saying primarily a position player, but this is, in terms of number of pitches, Edwards closing in on 50, but for the most part, they've been pretty low-stress pitches. Does it feel like there's a difference in that and kind of high leverage from the jump?
1,000%. That's starting today's game versus getting an opportunity to start in the 1-0 game tonight with the Texas A&M fans in the stands. Much, much different for Mason Edwards. I think that's why you haven't seen a lot of strikeouts from him today. Now, he's been around the zone, and that's what's good. Even when he doesn't have his A-plus stuff, he can get you out. But
And
I think that factors into it, and you just heard Andy talk about, yeah, we've thought about it, you know, but we want to make sure that we don't overuse him in a short period of time, and that's when I was talking about each pitcher's different, you know, and you know, Ben McDonald will tell you that he started a game on a Friday night and closed a game on a Sunday, you know, but that was old school pitching, you know, and there's guys like that did it. But in this day and age, there's too much money involved and other things going into it. You just want to make sure you take care of the kid.
And perhaps there's a scout or a Major League Baseball executive that's watching and going, would you guys shut up? No, do not plan to pitch him a second time on the same weekend. But it kind of goes back to, I think, what Andy Stankiewicz was saying just a second ago. And this is a guy that spent a lot of time in and around pro ball, both as a player and as a scout with the Yankees organization. First priority has to be, okay, how do you feel? What do you feel comfortable doing? And if the answer is, I feel great, and yes, I feel great about the idea of coming back, if that possibility presents itself, then you take that conversation a little deeper, right?
There's probably more than one heads involved in that conversation, though. That's the problem. The kid talks to the parents, parents talks to the agent. A lot going on right there, for sure.
The ball's 2 strikes, 1 out in the inning. So Taylor reached on the error to start the inning. Wagner with the fly out to right, and now Hector Rodriguez. All in 2 strikes and 1 down. Rodriguez out into center field. Easy play for Urban, and there are 2 down.
Hit it right on the screws. That's part of this game that hitters don't like. Do everything right, still be out. And they never even out. They talk about you'll get as many cheap hits as you do line outs, and that's just not the case. Hit way more balls on the screws that you're out on than you'll ever get cheap hits.
Braden Benton. So you didn't feel like the Texas leaguer evened things out for you for the screaming line drive that the third baseman grabbed?
And the better hitter you are, the more that happens. So Tony Gwynn would tell you that he has lined out and hit a lot of balls hard that were outs, far more than he got jammed out of his mind and hit a ball the opposite direction over the third baseman's head as a left-handed hitter. No, they don't even out. But you'll take them when you can get them. They don't draw pictures in the book, and I always, you know, I always just loved any time that I was 1 for 1.
Ball and 2 strikes now to Braden Benton. Season low for strikeouts in a game for Mason Edwards is 5. He's only had 3 starts all year where he was in single digits in strikeouts. Sitting on 3 today. There's a line drive to the second baseman. Covarrubias hauls it in. That one 103 off the bat. But another 0 on the board. 8 o'clock local time start for the 1-0 game coming up tonight. You got some Texas A&M fans that are coming in to maybe check a little bit of this one out in the stadium, and you got a few that are going to leave and maybe go grab something to eat and then come back tonight to get ready for game 2 of this Saturday in College Station. 12-0 our score through 4 innings. Trojans leading it over the Cardinals of Lamar University. 12 runs, 9 hits, and 1 error for USC. No runs, just 1 hit. The leadoff single by Tab Tracy back in the bottom of the first on a day where it doesn't necessarily feel like Mason Edwards is as sharp as he has been. Lopez lines it out into center field, diving fast. A diving catch there by Tab Tracy. He's been an impressive player. You look at Taylor at shortstop and Tracy out in center field, and these guys have both played at a really high level.
That was a great catch. First of all, you got to read it, and when it's directly at you in the outfield, it's tough to find out how hard he hit it. Now, he didn't hit that one that hard. Tab Tracy got a good jump on it, comes in, makes a diving play forward. Pretty good.
Kevin Takeuchi down at the plate. Walk, strikeout. 0 for 1. Got frozen on a curveball in his last at bat back in the 4th inning. Takes a strike here. The count evens at 1-1. They have gone to extra innings in Hattiesburg. Virginia and Southern Miss tied at 11. In the 1-0 game in Morgantown, West Virginia, Kentucky has jumped out to a 4-0 lead over West Virginia. Kentucky got a 6-5 win yesterday against Wake Forest. They're trying to punch the homestanding West Virginia Mountaineers into an elimination game tomorrow morning. Kentucky, one of the last 4 teams into the tournament, and one of the teams that people debated did they deserve to be in. Had 13 wins in the SEC.
13
ultimately
wins,
got the nod.
13 wins last year, too, and snuck in as the 13th team out of the SEC. 12 teams got in for the SEC this year. Kentucky's sneaky. You know, they can move around the bases.
This ball hit out into the left center field gap, and it's going to one-hop the wall. Takeuchi is hitless no more. He's been on base 3 times, now 1 for 2 in the ball game. It's a 1-out double.
Second double in the last 2 games for Kevin Takeuchi. Right in the gap, almost identical to what he did last night. And just a little bit on the outside corner, goes out and gets it. Nice compact swing there. Head down on the baseball. It's the barrel out front. Left center field gap double. 10th hit of the game for the USC Trojans. With only 1 out.
So we talked about kind of the craziness of yesterday with 4 hosts, 4 1 seeds losing yesterday. But there was something else that happened yesterday that I know kind of caught you off guard a little bit, or at least impressed you a little bit. You had 4 different players across the country that had 3 home runs in yesterday's ball game. It happened in Atlanta. Alex Hernandez of Georgia Tech, 3 bombs. Happened in Austin. Anthony Pack Jr. with 3 for Texas. UCF's Andrew Williamson with 3 home runs. And then Jack Natilli, Cincinnati, 3 home runs for the Bearcats in their win in Starkville last night. This one slammed down into the right field corner for Isaac Cadena. He's going to try to turn it into a double. He'll cruise in standing up, drives in Takeuchi. An RBI double for Isaac Cadena, and it's now 13-0.
Well, the 3 home run games for those kids makes it feel like it's pretty common. And all my years of baseball, I never did it. And I don't think I ever saw anybody do it. Sammy Sosa might have hit 3 in 1 game, but it's so rare for one guy to hit 3 home runs in a game.
Unless your name is Jack Natilli. third time this year that he has had a 3-home run game.
Isn't that crazy? I had that written down too. That's amazing. It's amazing. Because, and the reason being is you hit the first one and it feels so good that you want to do it again. So what happens is you start cheating with the barrel and your front side flies open and you're just doing all kind of mechanically wrong things. The idea that you stay within yourself and just focus on hitting the baseball hard, and they did it. And that's the only way you're able to do that. Incredible.
Got a walk-off win in Atlanta. The Citadel knocks UIC out of the field, and so the Citadel will advance, stay alive in that Atlanta regional. That one just about hit the mascot. Basir had to duck it, went to the backstop, 90 feet forward for Cadena on the wild pitch. 9-8, the Citadel over UIC in 10 innings.
The other thing, too, yesterday is we had so many seeded upsets for the third year in a row. 12-plus seeded upsets for the third year in a row on opening day of regionals. And that's only happened twice in the last 24 years when the tournament expanded to 64 teams in '99. So what does that say? Just means that the parity in the league's getting a little better. You thought with NIL and all the other stuff going on, everybody going to big Power 4 conferences, and the mid-majors just being able to compete.
A.J. Taylor with a rare blunder at shortstop, was waiting on the big hop, and it just kind of scooted underneath his glove. Cadena comes home to score. Jack Basir reaches on what I assume is an E6.
Yeah, Taylor just let it eat him up, and that's kind of what I talked about yesterday. Like, you don't make errors because you're not capable. Your mind starts to wander, especially in games like this when you're down 13 runs or 14 now. And when your mind wanders defensively is when you start to, create bad habits. And right there, Taylor backed up on the baseball. That's a no-no in the infield. And, ordinarily in a big-time game, you would have seen him come and grab the short hop and make that play. We've seen him make some nice plays in this tournament already. But that's what happens. Your mind just starts to go elsewhere.
14-0. Trojans leading it over the Cardinals of Lamar. E6 on that play. Andrew Lamb, 4 driven in today, a 3-run home run and an RBI single. 2 for 3 at the plate. Andrew Lamb, the rare college player with no batting gloves.
Like it. I don't see a whole lot of that. In fact, in Wrigley, when it was 30 degrees and we'd play, I'd double up on batting gloves. I've had 2. And then I look over and see Moises Alou without batting gloves on at all. I mean, that is a different dude right there. But the reason being is because you hit it off the end of the bat, it actually hurts, or you get jammed.
Now, he goes to the dirt after every single pitch.
Well, he's trying to gain some traction with his hands, on the bat. I mean, Pointar doesn't do enough, obviously, but I liked the feel of it. I did that in batting practice. I would not use batting gloves just to get the feel of the barrel. But to do it in a game, again.
You know what else gives you a little more traction on the bat? Batting gloves.
Yeah, well, back to the feel, right? If some guys, rare, but some guys like the feel of just not having batting gloves on the bat. And again, I did too when I went batting practice, when I knew I'd catch the barrel a lot more than in the game.
I guess I should either look this up or know this from memory. Did Mike Lamb wear batting gloves when he was playing in the big league?
My guess is no.
I bet we can find a picture somewhere.
I think AI would know that number, or that fact. It was rare. It was rare to see guys not. That's why I said Moises Alou, because the guys that didn't wear batting gloves, like, really.
You had Hunter Pence that wore 1 batting glove.
That was strange too, because now you got 2 different feels, right?
But I mean, that was also kind of a throwback to the early mid-'90s when, maybe your parents wouldn't buy you a set of batting gloves, but you would get one for that bottom hand.
Oh, now he puts the back. That's great. Now he puts the batting gloves on when he runs.
But just 1.
Yeah, that's different. That's different.
So
that's in place of the oven mitt,
So Andrew Lamb is wearing 1 batting glove on presumably what would be his lead hand on a head-first slide, as opposed to going with the oven mitt, but does not wear any batting gloves with the bat in his hand at the plate.
Can't say that I've seen that before. Of course, we didn't have an oven mitts 20, 30 years ago, but to put the batting glove on to somewhat protect your hand, I guess.
There's a saying about going to the ballpark. You never know when you're going to see something new. When you think you've seen it all, something else pops up.
You know, when Mason Edwards tells his story about, you know, his rise to being the nation's strikeout leader, he talks about, you know, he wanted to throw no-hitters, but he threw a lot of yes-hitters. I've never heard that term before. Yeah. I was reading that and laughed. Yes-hitters. He threw a lot of yes-hitters.
You referenced earlier that story that was written on ESPN.com by Kyle Bonagura. Really good read about kind of the progression for Mason Edwards as a baseball player. And one of the things that Mason Edwards was talking about were the yes hitters was, I kind of looked around and I was like, there aren't that many guys that are left-handed, and I am. And if you're left-handed and you're a pretty good pitcher, you got a better chance of playing baseball for a long time, and then really committed to that and has just grown and grown and grown. And I'd say there's a better than average chance that he's got a chance to play baseball for a long time.
He said he recognized early he was holding a golden ticket. And because of that, he developed into who he is today. I mean, it's really quite a great story, especially if that's true, that he went from 82 miles an hour to 95. Shows that it's possible. Grew into his body a little bit, you know, and as a left-hander, yeah, I mean, kind of an awkward delivery a little bit. Tough to pick up.
Basir out at second, reached on the error. Lamb at first, reached on the walk. 2-ball, 2-strike pitch coming to Dean Carpentier. Lays off, and it's ball 3. Virginia retakes the lead in Hattiesburg. A couple of runs scoring in the top of the 10th inning to make it a 13-11 game. 9th pitch of the at-bat here to Carpentier. And he sends it down the right field line, and it's going to stay fair. Basir comes around to score. They'll stop Lamb at third base. It's an RBI double for Dean Carpentier, his first hit of the ball game. And it's now 15-0 USC.
Dean Carpentier got up in the 9th last night and hit a missile to tie the game right at third base. That ended it. So he came back again today. And inside out, the opposite direction. Love hitters that go the other way. Means you're pretty much covering all parts of the baseball and the pitch. And out of the 8 spot, Dean Carpentier, after being on base with a walk and a hit by pitch, struck out his first time up. Rips a double to right, extends the lead. Now 15-0.
And the guy who is 3 for 3 is on deck, but he's going to face a new pitcher. We'll tell you about that guy when we come back to College Station. NCAA regional coverage for all 16 sites continues tomorrow on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, the home of all NCAA championships. Ethan Osigura is the new pitcher in the game, the 6'1" senior from Bridge City, Texas, making his 21st appearance of the year. 4-1, ERA below 5, and Will Davis trying to find somebody that can get some outs.
91-92 on the fastball for Ethan Osigura. 150 points better against right-handed hitters at 208 than left-handed hitters. Fastball, cutter, slider. And you're right, at this point, it's one I'm throwing strikes.
Inning and a third from the starter. Travis Lutz left the game with a blister on his foot that tore, ruptured, exploded. Williams went 2 1/3, 2/3 of an inning for Carlgren. And now it's Osigura's turn. Walter Urban, 3 for 3. And he hits this one out towards center field, dying fast, but a good catch made by Tab Tracy. Tagging and coming home to score on the play is Andrew Lamb. Put another run on the board, 16-0 now. Trojans in front. First time that Urban has been retired today.
But another RBI for Walter Urban. I mean, the jumps that Tab Tracy gets in center field are pretty great. We've got a great view behind home plate up here. And the second that ball is hit, Tab Tracy takes off. And he's made a couple nice plays already, but it starts with the jump you get in the read that these outfielders get. Tab Tracy, one of the best.
If there's any hesitation, a false step, a step back, he's not getting to that ball, but got there and then got it back into the infield quickly. Sacrifice fly that time for Walter Urban, picks up an RBI. He has had quite the game in the 9-hole. And now Avery Covarrubias at the plate. Still looking for his first hit. He's been on base a couple of times with walks. And he pops this one up. Who's going to catch it? It's going to be the pitcher, Osigura. It was like he was looking around. Is anybody going to get there? Oh, I'll do it. Reaches out halfway home in College Station. 16-0 our score.
Exclusively on ESPN, 40-plus NCAA championships. Confetti rains. Nets are cut. Joy erupts. Hardware is hoisted. History happens here on ESPN, home of NCAA championships.
Trojans have 12 all-time national championships. This is their first time scoring 15 runs in a regional game or an NCAA tournament game since 1998. That was the year that they beat Arizona State 21-14 in the title game in Omaha. That was also the last year of the old format in the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, that was the year of the trampoline bats before they moved to BB Core. Mike Gillespie, national champion. He got one. Rod Dado in the 70s. In the 80s, 11 national championships. He won 5 in a row, 1970 to 74.
70, 71,
it's a pretty good run.
3 and 4, man. On the ground left side, base hit for Theo Coomer. Just the second hit of the ball game for Lamar. Coomer getting the start at catcher today. Had a leadoff single from Tab Tracy in the bottom of the first inning, and now Coomer here in the bottom of the 5th inning on base with the second hit of the game.
And that's a congratulatory exit for Theo Coomer.
Pinch runner Easton Culp into the ball game for Coomer after that base hit. Coomer getting some congratulatory hugs in the dugout. Likely the last game that he'll put on the uniform. That's a hard day.
Yeah, but you know, you'll remember this stuff forever. I mean, I look back on 20, 30 years ago and I remember a lot of it, and these are memories they're making that, you know, are rare. Not a lot of people get a chance to play Division I baseball, and so pretty special time for all these kids playing these regionals.
This ball in the air out to right field. Basir on the run, and that ball's off the top of the wall. Braden Evans gave it a ride. It's going to be a double for Evans, second and third. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. First real spark of life from the Lamar offense. They've had a few base runners, a walk, a hit batter, a guy that reached by a pitch, but stringing consecutive hits together.
Yeah, that ball was smoked in right center. He thought it was gone. He kind of jogged to first and then put the burners on. Couldn't have gone any further than that anyway. The runner at Culp pulled up at third base. Guess we got the answer to our question on Mason Edwards at 61 pitches now. They're going to let him roll out, and you know, it almost feels like he's just going through the motions at this point. To your statement a little while ago, I mean, there's no high leverage situation here for Mason Edwards. So, you know, I can't imagine that they're going to let him go a whole lot longer, whether he pitches again in this regional or not.
There's a peek down to the bullpen and trying to kind of communicate down in that direction. Maybe to get somebody up and throwing in the Southern Cal pen. I don't think we've seen anybody. There's nobody doing so right now, but just had somebody pop out of the dugout. May have been giving a signal, a positioning signal to the right fielder. This ball in the dirt, and that's going to allow the first run to come home and score. Easton Culp will step on home plate. Scores on the wild pitch. Braden Evans moves up 90 feet to third base.
Well, on the flip side of that, the Trojans are going to have to win 3 more games to win this regional. So if Mason Edwards can eat up some innings here, it saves all that they're going to need for the next 3 games.
But, you know, there's one thing about this. As a pitcher, you love all the run support. No question. 5 in the first, 2 in the second, 5 in the fourth, 4 in the fifth. But there have been some long half innings where Mason Edwards has had to sit in between his opportunities out on the mound.
Well, there's no doubt, and there's a second pass ball in a row, or wild pitch, however they score it. But there's no doubt that this is a different outing for Mason Edwards.
Grant Govell threw 89 pitches in his start yesterday. Mason Edwards closing in on 70. Edwards has gone a little deeper into games than Govell has done. He has 8 games in which he has thrown over 100 pitches. His season high came against Maryland, 111 pitches. He ended up with 10 strikeouts in that game. It only lasted 4 1/3. A couple of unearned runs in that outing.
Gets another strikeout to the 9-spot Bailey Valentine. That's only 3 on the day. This is a guy, or 4.
That's 4.
4 on the day for Mason Edwards. This guy averages 2 strikeouts in an inning.
He is up to 164 now for the season.
2 more, breaks the Big Ten record, 165.
He's already got the single season record for strikeouts in conference play in the Big Ten. Had 101 strikeouts in conference play. And now 1 away from tying the all-time single season strikeouts record at 165. (3-1) now to Tab Tracy, who has been on base both times. He had a single the opposite way, lined it out to left field back in the first inning. Hit by a pitch in the 3rd inning. Trying to pick up this run standing at third base, Braden Evans. That's strike 2. Tracy was headed to first, and he'll have to regroup and climb back in for a full count pitch. Ball 4 now to Tab Tracy, and he'll take first base. Southern Miss, the first top 16 seed to be eliminated. They go 0-2 in the Hattiesburg Regional. They are the 19th top 16 to go 0-2 since the seeding process 1 through 16 began. Oklahoma State needed extra innings, but they get past Alabama State 8-7 in 11 innings in Tuscaloosa. They'll play an elimination game again tomorrow.
It just shows you can't predict this stuff. I mean, Southern Miss couldn't have been playing any better all year long. What a great year they had.
They're in the top of the 7th inning in Los Angeles. UCLA and Virginia Tech tied 3-3. See the pitch total there for Mason Edwards today. Drops in a strike, and the count goes to 1-1. Kentucky leading 6-2 over West Virginia in Morgantown. So you had the 4 1 seeds that lost yesterday. Of those 4, Southern Miss 0-2, they are done. You've got UCLA in a 3-3 game as the #1 overall seed. Auburn is winning, but they are in an absolute slugfest to try and stay alive against NC State. And Florida State's in a weather delay.
At what point would you have said Auburn would be involved in a slugfest with the great pitching that they have? Milwaukee, they have been 14 on them last night. And then again today, I don't know what happened there. 3 pitching coaches on that staff, including Butch Thompson and Scott Foxhall, who actually won the national championship with Mississippi State back in 2021. and then Tiefert. And that pitching staff has been dynamic all year. Get into the regional and give it up.
And another walk here, and all of a sudden Lamar has the bases loaded. There's a right-hander up and throwing in the bullpen, Chase Harrell. Harrell's appeared in 21 games this season. Leadoff single from Theo Coomer, followed by Braden Evans' double. A strikeout of Balin Valentine in the 9-hole. Tab Tracy walked, and now Bo Durbin draws the walk. It's been a tremendous year for Mason Edwards, and I'm at the front of your rotation pitcher, and so you're gearing up to go against the best guy on the other team's staff. First one out there on the weekend. I would imagine that an elimination game, especially when your teammates put 5 on the board in the top of the first inning, the mindset is a little bit different, whether you want it to be or not. Here's a flare out into right center field. That one falls in. A.J. Taylor with the base hit. Evans comes home to score. So does Tab Tracy. 2 more runs on the board, and A.J. Taylor picks up a couple of RBIs, up to 36 on the year.
Yeah, A.J. Taylor, so impressive at shortstop, and then just gets jammed a little bit, goes the other way, pops it in the gap. 2 runs across for Lamar. Big climb still left, but showing a little bit of life in this inning.
They have cut the deficit to 13. 3 of the 4 hits in the game for Lamar happening here in the 5th inning. Edwards now over 80 pitches in the ball game. Jake Wagner. It is a hot afternoon in College Station. Temperature over 90. The real feel 93. A little bit of a wind out of the south. This ball hit hard out to left field, but, well, Lamb's not going to get there. Just past his glove. Durbin comes home to score. A.J. Taylor first to third. Jake Wagner with an RBI double, and it's now 16-4. That was a hard-hit ball there. Yeah. 106 miles an hour off the bat of Wagner.
Mason Edwards isn't missing too many barrels now, and this isn't doing a whole lot of good for anybody. I know that USC wanted to save some arms, but like I said, got 3 games left to win this tournament. And Lamar is still fighting. Remember, 8 seniors, probably most of them playing their last game in college. 1 junior in the lineup.
Here's Hector Rodriguez, 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. Four zeros for Lamar to start this ball game, but 4 runs here in the bottom of the 5th inning in a game that is moving along at a pretty slow pace. Second and third here, and so Rodriguez with a base hit could chip away at that deficit a little more. This one runs inside. 3-0 to Hector Rodriguez. And waiting on deck is Braden Benton, who had a home run, hit just his 2nd of the year yesterday. He's hit it hard twice today. The 3-0. That's low for ball 4. Bases loaded for Lamar here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
That should be it. Mason Edwards has checked out. I think, you know, this is too much to handle mentally when you get so much of a lead, you know, and then it just takes the emotion out of it.
this is the final appearance for Mason Edwards in a Trojans jersey. What an incredible year and a cool career, because there's a trajectory there. Sometimes you have the guy that's super highly recruited out of high school that turns down a big draft slot but then comes in and he's just good the whole time he's there. It has been an ascension for Mason Edwards and an incredible year. Mason Edwards, 4 1/3, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 4 walks, 4 strikeouts, 164 strikeouts on the season. All 3 runners on base belong to him. I think, just being honest, Mason Edwards was fine today, but I don't think we saw the version of Mason Edwards that Andy Stankiewicz and most of the USC fans have seen from him all season long.
Well, I think the numbers bear that out. Again, averaging 2 strikeouts an inning, had 5 total, 4 total in this game. And it's tough. Face elimination, you know, then you get pinned with a huge lead and the emotion's out of it, the energy's gone. And he did great, I think, just to stay in there as long as he did. But I would say trouble. It's not necessarily trouble with a 12-run lead, but a lot of traffic going on right now for Lamar.
Chase Harrell facing Braden Benton. Benton hit just his 2nd home run of the season yesterday. He's got 22 driven in, a 235 average. He has barreled a couple up today. Play the shift. There's a swing and a miss for strike 1. That snaps a string of 6 balls in a row.
Man, look at that load delivery for Braden Benton. He gets back there. A lot going on through the path of the baseball.
Benton able to hold up there. He's got a 3-1 pitch coming.
Yeah, look at the stride backwards. Now it's just a timing thing.
He's got to sit dead red, right?
3-1. This is what hitters love. You don't get this opportunity much.
And goes after it, fouls it away. The fastball at 92.
To know what's coming, know where to put him. Look at the game yesterday for Lamar, 7 for 19. The first 4 innings, got 1 hit after that.
Outside, ball 4. Benton with a bases loaded walk, and Lamar bats around here in the bottom of the 5th inning. A.J. Taylor steps on home plate. It's now a 16-5 game. Wagner to 3rd, Rodriguez to 2nd, and an RBI for Braden Benton with the bases loaded walk. So yesterday, no hits late. Today it was no hits early. Just 1 hit in the first 4 innings, but 4 for 5 with 5 runs scored here in the 5th. And back to the guy, or at least the spot in the order that started it. It was Theo Coomer who led the inning off with a single. Easton Culp, pinch ran for him, scored a run, and now Culp will get a chance to swing the bat. First pitch fastball, strike. They are now in the top of the 8th inning in Westwood, and it's still 3-3 UCLA and Virginia Tech.
That would be the shock of the century if the #1 overall seed lost the first 2 games of the regional at their own ballpark, where they were 27-6 coming into this regional and 51-6 overall.
Got a pinch runner at first base. Reese Beheeler, who played in yesterday's ball game, pinch running for Braden Benton. You get a look at Beheeler over at first. See if he stays in the game at first base or if they move people around a little bit. Called strike 3. That's the second out of the inning. So Chase Harrell, a walk and a strikeout since coming in. Now it's up to Braden Evans. Try and keep this inning going. 5 runs across for Lamar here in the bottom of the 5th inning. A lot of baseball still to play. This one, a fair ball and an out. It was cued in front of home plate. The catcher for Southern Cal, Cadena, was able to grab it out in fair territory. And with the bases loaded, he just steps on the plate for a force out to end the inning. Kind of an anticlimactic end to that inning. Five runs on the board for Lamar in the bottom of the 5th inning. If you rewind to the 4th inning, you had a grand slam from Walter Orban. Look at this to end the inning. So it hits in fair territory in front of home plate, back spins, and Cadena able to pick it up in what our home plate umpire John Budka said was fair territory. Stepped on the plate for the force to end the inning.
Pretty heads-up play that he knew that he had a force. Not too many times in your scorebook do you write fielder's choice 2.
We go to the 6th inning. It's taken us a while to get to the 6th. 16-5, and Lamar has made this a little more interesting with 4 at-bats remaining. Adrian Lopez leading things off. Well, in their last 2 at-bats, the 4th inning and the 5th inning, USC has sent 17 hitters to the plate. This one past the glove of Taylor out into left field, the 13th hit of the game for USC, and the 3rd for Adrian Lopez. He is seeing it well.
Another player in this game with a triple away from the cycle. Walter Urban also needs the triple in the 9 spot. Just ripped back up the middle at 103 miles an hour. Adrian Lopez having a big day.
Now Augie Lopez. Absolute slugfest at Plainsman Park in Auburn, Alabama. Auburn leading at 17-13 over NC State in the bottom of the 8th inning. Oregon State with an 8-1 lead over Yale. Troy and Ryder are now playing in what looks like rainy Gainesville, and Troy with a big lead over Ryder. They're up 12-4. You got 2 super competitive games that are happening right now also. North Carolina and East Carolina in the 1-0 game, tied at 3 in the 4th inning. And how about out in Westwood at Jackie Robinson Stadium, Virginia Tech has taken a 4-3 lead over UCLA heading to the bottom of the 8th. This one hammered foul down the right field line. Just wide of the bag at first. Popped up, shallow left. Evans coming in. It's going out. Taylor that makes the catch. Evans just kind of stopped in his tracks, and he was talking to Taylor, and I wonder if he was saying, why didn't you let me catch that? It would have been easier.
I continue to be impressed by A.J. Taylor. I mean, that's a lot of range going out there to left field, and then you're thinking as an infielder that you're going to get ran over by the outfielder coming in, and you just didn't hear him right when you don't hear anything. A.J. Taylor keeps his concentration out there in left field, makes the play.
Kevin Takeuchi walking the first, scored a run. Walking the second, stranded. Struck out looking in the 4th, doubled and scored in the 5th. So 1 for 2 with a pair of runs scored for Takeuchi. Richard Cross, Todd Walker with you from Bluebell Park in College Station. College Station Regional. Yesterday we got started with Texas A&M and this Lamar team. Lamar jumped out to a 5-0 lead, where Texas A&M climbed all the way back. 7 unanswered runs to win 7-5 and move into the 1-0 game tonight. Had to wait for a while to find out who the opponent was going to be. It was the 9th inning when it was decided last night. Texas State with a 2-run home run to take a 5-4 lead. Got the final 3 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Heartbreak for USC. So we've got Texas State and Texas A&M coming up at 8 o'clock local time tonight, about 2 hours and 20 minutes from now. That's assuming that this game ends by 7:05. Minimum 55 minutes between games. Runner goes. This one into the air out to right center field. Valentine on the run, not going to get there. One hops the wall in deep right center. Lopez will come all the way around to score an RBI double for Kevin Takeuchi. That's his second double of the game.
Second double as many at bats. Been on base 4 times. Pretty good bat control. Double in the last inning, went to left center. Now he stays back and rips it into right center. Tevin Takeuchi had a double last night as well. 3 doubles in the last 2 games.
Playing 2 different positions this weekend. Center fielder last night, third base today. Lopez was moving around the bases. He did take that peek back just to make sure it didn't get caught. Isaac Cadena now. Cadena 2 for 2. That RBI for Takeuchi was his 53rd of the year.
Yeah, leads the team.
This one cued foul. Three 1 versus 2 elimination games today. Already seen one seed go down with Virginia winning over Southern Miss. Florida State Coastal has not started yet, still a delay in Tallahassee. And UCLA Virginia Tech is in the 8th inning, and Virginia Tech has a 1-run lead, 4-3.
A lot of eyes on that one.
Whew.
UCLA with 1 out as a runner at second base.
That ball bounced 3 feet in front of the plate and about 3 feet behind Cadena.
Yeah, that's the definition of holding on to the baseball too long right there and just choked it.
0-2 pitch and you bounce it behind the hitter.
It's really going after a swing and miss right there.
And then Cadena goes the opposite way, a 1-hopper to Rodriguez, and Hector Rodriguez throws it away. Cadena going to head to second base. Coming home to score on the play was Takeuchi.
A fantastic stop at third base by Rodriguez, just not able to finish off the play. Actually, in real time, he gets up and throws a bullet. Thought it was going to be a fantastic looking play, but about 5 feet offline down the right field line. And again, another visit from Jace Hutchins.
Does he get Cadena no doubt if the throw's online?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And that was going to be special.
New pitcher coming into the game for Lamar. It's an 18-5 ball game. "13-run game here, but there is tight stuff that is happening all around the country. You can see it all on Squeeze Play. Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals, presented by Capital One. As we were showing you going to break, squeeze play. You see Kentucky and West Virginia in the fourth inning, a 6-4 lead for Kentucky. Georgia, 2-run lead over Liberty. You're going to see East Carolina, North Carolina. Also going to see UCLA and Virginia Tech as our crew in the studio. Chris Budden, Matt Schick, Chris Burke, the Professor Mike Rooney are walking you through all the action all across the country. In just a second, we'll give you, so we've told you about the QR code, but not everybody scans it, and not everybody's been to squeeze play. We'll give you the QR code in a second. If you like what you saw there, you can, not that we're trying to run you off from this one.
No,
but,
we got a nail biter here.
There it is. Open the, you seriously? Open the camera app on your phone and just point it right at the QR code, and it'll take you to the link. There you go. We certainly want you here tonight starting at 8 o'clock for Texas A&M and Texas State. I feel like the parking lots outside of Bluebell Park starting to fill up, getting some, got some grill smoke probably going in some areas as folks are getting ready for the nightcap. This one lined out into center field for the second out of the inning. Basir hit that one hard.
And talk about smoked. Ball was 100 miles an hour off the bat, dead center, but it's up is only an out.
Andrew Lamb takes ball one. Lamb a 3-run home run, RBI single and a walk, 3 runs scored. Blaine Fritcher is the new pitcher in the game for Lamar. Just in case you didn't believe us earlier when we told you that Mike Lamb was a batting glove wearer, he is.
That picture in picture showing the son and the dad, I mean, look at the setup, almost identical. Hands away from the head. Standing up fairly straight.
You know, you can't do everything that dad did or does. You got to kind of carve your own path. So I'm going to go same batting stance, going to try to make the swing look the same, but just going to get rid of batting gloves.
Yeah, a little bit closer to the head for Andrew.
Lamb goes down on strikes, so a line out and the strikeout to end the inning, but 2 more on the board for USC. They lead at 18-5. 18 runs, 15 hits, and an error for USC. 5 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors today for Lamar. 1998, the last time that USC scored 15 runs in an NCAA tournament game. Told you earlier, that was the 1998 National Championship game when they scored 3 touchdowns and won at 21-14 over Arizona State. Arizona State had a similar output in their game today, playing in an elimination game in Lincoln, Nebraska. Not very far from Omaha. 17-0. Arizona State over South Dakota State. So 2 and out for the Jackrabbits. Ole Miss and Nebraska will play in the 1-0 game tonight in Lincoln. That's scheduled to start at 7 o'clock Central Time. And Arizona State loses that heartbreaker in 14 innings last night. Will play in an elimination game tomorrow morning against the loser of tonight's game. This ball roped out to right center field, and that's going to be a one-hopper off the wall for Balin Valentine. Made a turn at second base, was thinking about trying for 3.
Balin Valentine hasn't touched the ball his first 2 times up, struck out both times, but now hustling into second base, ball on the outside corner. That's picture perfect, using the backside of the field. Double out of the 9 spot for Balin Valentine, and the Cardinals keep fighting.
Speaking of doubles, a leadoff double in the top of the 9th inning for Virginia Tech. They lead 4-3 over UCLA. Able to get through the 8th inning, so UCLA is going to have 3 outs to make up at least a 1-run deficit. This one cut off by Takeuchi. He throws across in time. Tab Tracy, who has been a tough out, in fact has not been an out prior to that today, retired for the first out of the inning.
Nice read by Balin Valentine. Usually the rule is if the ball's in front of you at second base, you hold up. And if it's behind you, you get to third, and that ball was in front of Balin Valentine, but big enough jump on a high hopper to get to third base.
So Valentine at third with Bo Durbin at the plate. Durbin 0 for 2, a strikeout, grounded into a double play, has walked and scored a run. It's the 14th all-time regional appearance for Lamar. They've only been outside the state of Texas for a regional 1 time. Went to Wichita State back in 1995. All the other ones have been scattered about the state of Texas.
That's a tough road too. RC having to face Texas, Texas A&M, some years Texas Tech.
They were at Rice in 2004.
That would have been a tough one.
This one lined to third and handled there by Takeuchi for the 2nd out of the inning. That one got on him in a hurry. They were at TCU at Fort Worth in 2010.
TCU?
Yeah.
I mean, the list goes on. Tough state. They have to battle regionals each and every year. And I pay more attention to the Southland Conference with my son playing at Houston Christian, and it is a difficult thing just to get out of that, to get into the field of 64. 11 teams in the Southland. They do 2 pools of 4. Got to get out of the pool.
Chopper left side. Takeuchi trying to make it 3 in a row. This hop gets away from the first baseman, Lopez. Big wide turn, but A.J. Taylor going to end up at second base.
Well, they're going to pin the error on Takeuchi, but he did everything right. Long throw, keep it low. Like I always tell the kids, you can bounce 1,000 times. Just don't throw it over his head. And that was a perfect hop. It was a little fast coming across the diamond, and Adrian Lopez not able to make the play. But
Hokey high in Westwood. Virginia Tech just made it a 2-run ball game. They're ahead 5-3 in the top of the 9th inning. #1 overall seed in danger of being eliminated. They would be the 5th #1 seed to be bounced since the NCAA tournament went to this format in 1999. They would be the first to ever go 0-2.
And they're never going to want to be the #1 national seed ever again. 0-2 in getting to Omaha for UCLA when they were pinned with the #1 overall seed. Lost a regional in 15, lost in the Supers in 19.
There you see one of them, 2015. This one smothered, flipped to first base. Covering there is Harrell, and that will end the inning. Jake Wagner out 3-1. Got it on squeeze play. This is what you're seeing right now. A 4-run lead for Auburn in the bottom of the 9th inning. UCLA and Virginia Tech, top left of your screen. A 2-run lead for Virginia Tech with a runner on and still nobody out in the top of the 9th.
East Carolina, North Carolina in a battle. Auburn in that great pitching staff. Wow, they're giving up some runs in the last 2 days.
West Virginia trying to climb back into it. They are now down 6-5 at home against the Kentucky Wildcats. Looks like a really good scene at Mountaineer Ballpark in Morgantown. Beautiful part of the country. A little hard to get to. You got to fly into Pittsburgh, and then you got about an hour and maybe 15-minute drive from the airport in Pittsburgh to Morgantown, but gorgeous setting.
I've heard. Haven't been there.
Strike 3 called. Dean Carpentier goes away looking to start the inning.
Fritcher is over the top, but he's basically a sinker slider guy. And once again, righty-righty matchups. You got to guess one way or the other. One's moving into you, the other's moving away from you. And if you're wrong, that's when you get the freeze up. And Fritcher gets the first out. 8-spot Dean Carpentier.
Well, Will Davis maybe trying to decide to give some guys the opportunity to come in. Fritcher, boy, he did a good job. Got the line out and a strikeout to end the 6th inning. And then Dean Carpentier strikes out to start that. So he faces 3 batters, gets 3 outs. Job well done by Blaine Fritcher. And now the new pitcher coming in is Fabian Ramirez. Well done by Blaine Fritcher.
Yeah, and then, you know, Will Davis giving every one of his seniors an opportunity to get a bow. And that's going to make for a long 3 innings, but well done by Fritcher, like you mentioned, coming in the game.
A nice finish there for Blaine Fritcher. Let's check in on squeeze play as the new pitcher Ramirez gets loose. That's Elliott Avent. Auburn wins 17-13. This is the final game of the career for Elliott Avent. I don't guess it would do any good to run him after a game when retirement is on the way.
He's going to get his money's worth in the last game. What a run that guy has had.
He didn't. I didn't even see the final call that he was so frustrated with, but he did not like it. 2-run game in Athens with Georgia, the number 3 overall seed, leading it 4-2 over Liberty. Liberty with a tying run at the plate there in the 5th inning. But the story in college baseball right now is happening in Westwood. I would have to imagine that the folks in Trojan colors here in College Station, despite the fact that they're disappointed about last night, have to feel like this is a good day. They've got 18 runs on the board and a 12-run lead with 3 innings remaining, and their arch crosstown rival is on the verge of going 0-2 as the number 1 overall seed.
UCLA swept USC this year, so yeah, I think there's a little animosity there, I'm sure.
Well, and then in the Big Ten tournament last week in the semifinals they met, and UCLA with a walk-off home run to win that game 7-5. Game that was played at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Chris Budden has shut it down for the day. It's Matt Schick, Mike Rooney, and Chris Burke the rest of the way on squeeze play. Berkey's still got his coat on, so it's not too late in the day yet. Roon's never comes out of his coat.
I like the pink tie, too.
Strong
Very
play.
nice.
He hadn't pulled the neon green out yet, though.
Yeah, strong drip.
Walter Urban, well, he's had a good day. 3 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. He's got a grand slam, scored a couple of runs. He has seen it well. First pitch from Ramirez, runs inside for ball 1 to Walter Urban. Told you in the 4th and the 5th, it was 17 total that came to the plate. 9 in the 4th, 8 in the 5th. Walter Urban is the 7th hitter of the inning here for USC. I'm sorry, my numbers started running together. We're in the 7th inning. He's the 2nd hitter of the inning, batting with 1 out. You're just going to have to forgive me on that. I completely bumbled that.
You're talking for 4 hours straight. I'm going to give you a pass on that one.
Thank you, my friend.
That one alone.
So I've used my one do-over for the day.
Yeah, the mulligan.
Urban stays hot at the plate. 4th hit of the ball game. 4 for 4 with 5 runs driven in.
You got to take advantage of these days when you can get them. And Walter Urban, the freshman, will remember this for a long time. Good stepping stone into next year, but he was a prospect last year out of Manhattan Beach, Loyola High School, the 10th ranked outfielder in the state of California. So that's saying something, and what a day he's had.
Well, you heard Andy Stankiewicz earlier. He said, I don't want to say came out of nowhere, but has really played well late in the season. Urban making just his 11th start of the year today.
Yeah, and that's why I say, I mean, what a stepping stone into next year for Walter Urban.
Overcast skies, wind still blowing here in College Station, as it has really since we got here on Wednesday night. Wind out of the south.
Kind of perfect right now. Sun behind the clouds. It's wind's blowing out. Good day to be a hitter.
Avery Covarrubias looking for his first hit of the game. And he's got it right there. Lines it out into left center field. Urban trying to go first to third. He'll beat the throw. Base hit for Covarrubias. 18th hit of the ball game for USC.
And only one guy left in this USC lineup without a hit, and it's their best hitter, Jake Basir. And these are the days when you're a hitter and you're like, man, come on, I can't get one hit. We busted out 17.
Adrian Lopez has 3 of those 17 hits. He's 3 for 5. A 2-run home run back in the top of the first inning. It got the party started for USC. Had an RBI double in the second. singled and scored in the 6th. Bats here for the 6th time today, and he goes after the first pitch and pops it foul out of play on the third base side. Still just 1 out. They've gone to the bottom of the 9th inning in Los Angeles with Virginia Tech in front 5-3.
Three, 4, 5 up for the Bruins.
This ball lifted in the air to left field. Evans settles at the warning track, takes a step back and makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. Adrian Lopez just missed his 2nd home run of the day. That is going to be a sacrifice fly, though. 19th run of the game comes across home plate for USC, and the lead is 13 for the Trojans.
And this is going to become a familiar sight. Jace Hutchins coming out.
Two down in the inning, and another pitching change coming before Augie Lopez comes to the plate. Let's bounce over to Los Angeles and check out what's happening there.
Talked about it. This is a different mental and emotion for the Bruins right now.
Last time Virginia Tech beat the #1 team in the country, they beat Wake Forest back in 2023. LeBou drives one deep right field. Going, gone, towering home run. An absolute no-doubter. Mulibai LeBou is 18th of the year, and it's now a 1-run game.
It's a breaking pitch from Clement, and LeBou turned into a leadoff hitter. That's as short a swing as you're ever going to see on a breaking pitch.
Now it's Roman Martin, 0 for 3 with a walk. Strike one, he's trying to tie the game.
And then you go back to that big 2nd run that you talked about in the previous inning, the hit from Luderman. The Bruins have been the comeback kids of college baseball in 2026.
They had to do it in each of their 3 wins in Omaha at the Big Ten tournament last week and walked them all off.
This pitch, wow. This is a pitch that Roman is thinking, my goodness, if I could have squared up that one. Brock Chalowski won't have any nails when this game ends, regardless if they win or lose. John Sheff hoping for one of the biggest wins he's had in his career.
0-2 on Martin. Martin homered against St. Mary's here yesterday. The pitch popped up. This will get out of play.
Roman's happy.
So a 1-run game in the bottom of the 9th inning, a leadoff home run for UCLA. We'll keep you updated on that. You can watch on Squeeze Play, and it's also on ESPNU. Gage Burdick, the new pitcher in the game for Lamar. Senior from Illinois, facing Augie Lopez, batting in the 3-hole. Lopez 1 for 5 today. An RBI single back in the 2nd inning. Line out, couple of flyouts and a pop out. You see Burdick from Dixon, Illinois at 5'11" and 173 pounds. The left-hander 1-2 on the year. Wow. UCLA with back-to-back home runs in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie the game at 5 against Virginia Tech. Number 1 is not done yet.
That's amazing. What a minor miracle in Westwood. Down to their last 3 outs.
High in the air to center field. Tracy moving over, makes the catch in the gap. We go to the bottom of the 7th, our score 18-6. This is what it looked like.
Go! Martin, deep left field, going! Tie game! Back-to-back for UCLA.
We go to the bottom of the 7th inning, 19-6 our score. USC in front of Lamar in this elimination game in College Station. New pitcher into the game for USC, Ben Cushney. After an inning and 2/3 of 1-hit, 1-run ball from Chase Harrell. Good work by him. The starter Mason Edwards went 4 1/3. Gave up 5 hits and 5 earned runs. 5 of the 6 runs for Lamar coming in the bottom of the 5th inning. It has been a big offensive day for USC. 19 runs on 17 hits. They have scored in every inning but the 3rd. 5-2-0, 5-4-2-1. My apologies for whomever's phone number I just gave out.
Great numbers for Ben Cushney. Sub-2 ERA in 19 innings. Not a lot of swing and miss, only 12 strikeouts, but 197 against. And at this point for USC, they just need to pile outs.
New left fielder in the ball game for Lamar. That is got 2 now in left for Southern Cal.
Slayton.
Brock Slayton now playing in left. Chopper to the 3rd. That's a foul ball. Takeuchi shows off the arm. And new catcher in the game as well for the Trojans. Tejada comes in to catch. Richard Tejada. He's played a bunch this year. He's got 22 starts. Replacing Isaac Cadena, who had a big day at the plate. Tejada, big catcher back there. Oh, 2 to Hector Rodriguez. Popped up right side. Lopez calling for it. Squeezes it for the first out here in the bottom of the 7th. Alongside Todd Walker, Richard Cross with you from College Station, coming up about an hour and 45 minutes from right now. Texas A&M and Texas State, a Lone Star State battle for a chance to get to the regional final. The winner of this game will play the loser of tonight's game at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon local time.
That's going to be a good one. Texas State came in with all this swagger on practice day on Thursday.
This one popped up to the right side. Covarrubias back-to-back pop-outs for 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th.
Already set records in home runs for program. Strikeouts on the mound and double plays. Top 3 in the country with double plays. Texas State playing with a lot of momentum. Back in 2022, went to Stanford, and we're sitting in that 2-0 game, trying to do it again this year.
Couple of home runs last night for the Bobcats. Their season total is 113, so it is 2 offensive ball clubs that are going to go at it in the nightcap here at Bluebell Park. Easton Culp ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes.
Yeah, then you got the Aggies on the other side averaging 9 runs a game. The #1 run production team in the SEC, and that includes Georgia. Runs and RBIs within the conference schedule. Texas A&M, powerful. Those top 3 guys in that order, all 3 potentially first-round picks. Gavin Grahovac, Caden Sorrell, and Chris Akopian.
Georgia with a 3-run lead over Liberty now. They're up 5-2. They're hosting a regional for the first time in Lawrence, Kansas. Arkansas jumped out to a 1-0 lead, but the Jayhawks are on the board. Fly ball out to center. Urban runs it down, makes the catch, and that ends the inning. We go to the 8th, a 13-run lead for USC. (19-6). Southern Cal trying to advance to another elimination game tomorrow morning. Texas A&M going to play in the nightcap. He's ready to go. Tired of waiting, tired of sitting around, ready to watch some Aggies baseball. So are they. Southern Cal, an offensive onslaught today. 19 runs on 17 hits for the Trojans. Kentucky and West Virginia are tied at 6. They are underway in Atlanta, Oklahoma, and Georgia Tech. That's the 1-0 game in Atlanta at Russ Chandler Stadium. Kevin Takeuchi leading off, takes ball 1.
USC Trojan lineup working on their 6th at-bat of the day. Takeuchi hitting out of the 4 spot. That's a lot of mental energy into this game. And these are the at-bats that you got to take seriously. It's hard to stay in it with the run differential in this game.
Takeuchi's pitch. There's a strike. New third baseman in the ball game for Lamar. That's Cade Prejean. And a new second baseman as well. That's Kevin Duran at second base. Time for us to take a look at our Capital One rewarding performance. How about Walter Urban with a grand slam? That was in the 4th inning, scoring Bashir, Lamb, and Carpentier. Urban with just his 3rd home run of the year, yanked it down the left field line, and plenty of high fives and handshakes in the dugout after that one.
That wasn't a bad pitch, and that's what you start to look at when you look at great hitters, is the ability to adjust. You don't just take one swing in one path zone. You are able to go out and get it, and Walter Urban, the freshman, showing some flashes of brilliance today. Double, single, 2 singles, and a home run.
Swing and a miss by Richard Tejada. Entered the game for Cadena. First at bat of the ball game for Tejada. Out in Westwood, it's a 5-5 ball game between Virginia Tech and UCLA. Still just 1 out in the inning. The back-to-back home runs to start the bottom of the 9th to tie the game. UCLA has 1st and 3rd. So the winning run just 90 feet away. They were on life support and then some. Weather continues to be part of the storyline in regional play. It was raining earlier in a shot that we saw on squeeze play from Gainesville. It is pouring in Athens, Georgia as well. Popped up right in front of the mound. Burdick will take it himself for the first out of the inning. Going to have another pitching change for Lamar as Burdick gets the opportunity to pitch in what is going to be his final game for Lamar. Senior getting the opportunity. That's a cool moment, Todd.
Yeah, and again, moments you'll remember forever. And not too many people get an opportunity to play Division I baseball, but when you do, and then you've bled with these guys, to get this opportunity here to kind of take a bow as you leave the field for probably the final time, it's special for sure.
So Gage Burdick is done, and a new pitcher coming into the game for the Lamar Cardinals here with a runner on first and 1 out in the top of the 8th. New pitcher coming in for Lamar is Joshua Shimon. We'll tell you more about him in just a moment, but let's send you back out to Los Angeles, where UCLA has 1st and 3rd with 1 out. It's in the top left corner there in the quad box from our friends at Squeeze Play.
Just off the outside from Ethan Grimm.
And it was just on the outside.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 5-5, the #1 national seed, rallying here to keep their season going. Popped up, this will get out of play.
I mean, if you're Ethan Grimm, you want to stay up and out of the strike zone or down and away. Right where that last fastball was. Might get a pop-up.
And UCLA has won the national seed lives to see another day.
So UCLA with 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning to come from behind and win against Virginia Tech. The Hokie season comes to an end. They had a 5-3 lead going to the bottom of the 9th, back-to-back solo home runs to start the inning. And then you saw the game winner, 6-5. Number 1, not dead yet. This ball lined up the middle, right back through the box. How about a base hit for Jack Basier? He was the only hitter in the lineup for UCLA among the starters that did not have a hit. That is the 18th hit of the game. That one 106 miles an hour off the bat of Jack Basier.
Great job by Joshua Shimon just to get out of the way. I mean, that could have been bad right at his head. Bullet right back up the middle. Add to the hit total for the Trojans, now at 18.
Joshua Shimon, the 8th pitcher of the game, making his 9th appearance of the year. Obviously, the score in this one is very lopsided and has been for a while. Kind of cool what Will Davis is doing, giving a lot of guys the opportunity to play in their final college baseball game.
Well, it's a lot of guys because it's a lot of seniors. And this is an older group with Lamar, which is probably why they even got through the Southland Conference Tournament, which is a gauntlet. 2 different weekends. Pods the first weekend, 2 out of 3 the next. And they lost the very first game.
This ball lined to first, handled there by the first baseman. He'll step on the bag, and that will end the inning. A double play there. Done well by Beheeler at first. June 12th, when the Men's College World Series begins in Omaha, Nebraska at Charles Schwab Field. A 1-0 game coming up here in College Station tonight between the 1-seed Texas A&M and the 3-seed Texas State Bobcats. Lamar and USC playing an elimination game right now. The winner of this game will play tomorrow at 3 o'clock local time against the loser of tonight's game between A&M and Texas State. And this regional in College Station paired with the Chapel Hill regional, where North Carolina has opened up a 4-run lead over East Carolina. North Carolina, the number 5 overall seed. So it's the 5 and the 12 paired up for the next round. New pitcher in the game for Southern Cal. This is Rohan Kasanagatu. The right-hander facing Braden Evans to begin things here in the bottom of the 8th. Kasanagatu ahead of Evans, no balls and 2 strikes. There's a swing and a miss, and Evans goes down on strikes for the first out here in the 8th.
Pretty filthy changeup right there from Rohan Kasanagatu.
There you go.
Kasanagatu with the changeup. The only reason the changeup works is because you got the same arm action with the fastball, and the hitter can't tell the difference, except it's about 15 miles an hour slower. And Braden Evans just swings right through it.
Balin Valentine swings and misses at the first pitch. He's 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored today. 5 of the 6 runs on the board for Lamar came in the 5th inning. They had 5 runs and 4 hits. Just 6 hits in the ball game, only 1 since that 5th inning. The double by this guy, Balin Valentine, to lead off in the 6th inning. Ball and a strike to Valentine. It's now 1-2. 90-mile-an-hour fastball with a little late life there. Check swing, and Valentine able to hold up on that one.
Not able to hold up on that one, and Rohan showing some really nasty off speed. First the changeup and now a curveball to Balin Valentine. 2 strikeouts in a row. How about this?
Sanagatu says, hey, well, you use me again, coach.
Yeah. They have found a piece that they're going to need through the next 3 games.
Kasanagatu making his 7th appearance of the year. And now a pinch hitter here at the top of the order for Lamar. This is Colby Christian. Christian in the place of Tab Tracy. Tracy had a run scored today, hit, was on base 3 times. Pitching matchup tonight is going to be an interesting one. Jesus Tovar is going to pitch for Texas State, with Weston Moss going for Texas A&M.
Yeah, Weston Moss, they're number 2 during the year. Offense versus offense tonight, though.
How about 3 straight strikeouts for Rohan Kasanagatu? We go to the 9th in College Station. A&M and Texas State, first pitch about an hour and a half from right now between the Aggies and the Bobcats. The loser of that game will meet, barring a miracle, USC tomorrow in an elimination game. And we'll have a regional final tomorrow night. The winner of Texas A&M, Texas State advances to that final game with just one win away from a trip to a super regional.
Yeah, it's
got Chase Hutchins in the dugout for Lamar. Papa Hutchins down the line, keeping an eye on this one. Pinch hitter here for Southern Cal to start things off in the ninth. This is Maddox Risk with a chance to swing the bat. This ball, one hopper to Taylor at short. Throws across in time for the out. Beg your pardon, Maddox Risky. I missed it myself. I'm told that the hometown for Maddox Risky is, care to guess it?
Las Vegas.
How did you know?
I just am in tune to geography and last names. Like, that's my thing.
Risky from Vegas? Can't make that up. 10th pitcher of the game is coming in for Lamar, so A.J. Kostick able to record an out. And another pitcher coming in for Lamar in this 13-run lead for USC. Top of the ninth. We're back with you right after this. Bracket paired with ours here in College Station is Chapel Hill, North Carolina, and East Carolina in the 1-0 game. Earlier today, VCU vanquished Tennessee. Volunteers done for the year. Loser of tonight's or this afternoon's game between UNC and ECU will meet VCU in the early game tomorrow. The winner advancing to the regional final would have to beat that team twice. 10th pitcher of the game used for Lamar. Tanner Carlisle is now into the game. The right-hander Carlisle making his 6th appearance of the season.
You spend so much time with these guys, 8 weeks in the fall, but when it starts in January, you go nonstop to this point. And I mean, you've got to like who you're around, and it's evident that Lamar, with a bunch of seniors in that group, love being around each other.
New right fielder for Lamar. And a new left fielder as well. You got Lane Sparks out in left field and Aiden Sunday in right field. Doing it right, that is 7 of 8 position players that have changed out. Only A.J. Taylor, the shortstop, original starter, still in the game.
Yeah, this score sheet I have on Lamar, it looks like one of my math tests in high school.
This ball.
I got crossouts everywhere.
Lined out to right field by Urban. His magical day at the plate continues. Walter Urban 5 for 5. A double in the second, a single in the third, a grand slam in the fourth, sacrifice fly in the fifth, a single in the seventh, and now a single in the ninth. What a day.
Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good.
On the heels of an offer at the plate, that feels pretty good for Walter Urban.
That's why you don't panic as a hitter. One day 0 for 4, it can change quickly. Now, talk about the math in high school. Now he's 5 for 9 the last 2 days, 2 games.
It's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Logan Hanma now at the plate, another pinch hitter for Southern Cal. Hanma playing in just his 10th game all season long. He's got 2 hits in 9 at-bats with 1 run scored. Left-handed hitter takes a strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes from Tanner Carlisle to Hanma. Three hours and 40 minutes into this one. Lamar going to get a chance to swing the bat still in the bottom of the ninth, down 19-6. USC trying to add to the lead here. 2-2 to Hanma. Outside ball 3. Adrian Lopez waiting on deck for the Trojans. 1-1 game in Lawrence, Kansas between Arkansas and the Kansas Jayhawks, hosting for the very first time. And Hanma draws the walk. So Urban goes to second. Hanma with the free pass down to first base. Texas has jumped all over Tarleton State. It's a 6-0 lead for the Longhorns. And another home run for Anthony Pack Jr. He had 3 yesterday, adds 1 today.
One of 4 hitters yesterday with 3 home runs in this tournament. Anthony Pack continues the hot streak. Left center, Oppo. Ball carried out there in Austin.
3 hits today for Adrian Lopez. And he goes after the first pitch, lifts it out into center field where Christian moves over and makes the catch. There are 2 down in the inning. They got a good one going in Morgantown as well. Top of the 6th inning. I say good one. I say entertaining game there. Kentucky with an 8-7 lead over West Virginia as the sun sets over almost heaven. Tanner Carlisle gets the opportunity, and they're going to continue to give as many guys a chance to get into the ball game as possible. Looking for 1 more out here in the top of the 9th, and another pitching change for Lamar. This will be the 11th of the game for the Cardinals. I would imagine there are a few A&M fans sitting in the parking lot or on their way to the ballpark keeping up with this one going, okay, I get the sentiment, but come on, let's go.
Well, we're almost there. We're in the 9th with 2 outs. And again, pretty cool that these seniors get this moment.
Let's check in with our friends again at Squeeze Play.
DeCandido has one hit this weekend. It was a double. Oh, and the breaking ball sails up and away. It's 2-0.
Bird nowhere close for those first two pitches. Now 2-0. Got to find something quick, because Jaffe, one of the better hitters for Liberty, is waiting on deck.
Justin Bird came in with 63 strikeouts to only 9 walks in his 49 innings of work. Impressive numbers. But he just walked Tanner Marsh to get to DeCandido now. Punch 96 in there for a strike. Well, the scouting report on Bird lives in that 91-95 zone. We've seen 96 and 97 today. I think he's a little jacked up.
The scouting report's wrong.
2-2.
Threw a couple breakers early, and I think Jackson probably went out and told him, listen, fastball is your best pitch, just go right at him. And he's done just that to get back in the count.
Will Davis committed to getting as many as he can into this ball game. 16 hitters have come to the plate. This the 11th pitcher. Also a pinch hitter now for Southern Cal as Hayden Woodson is getting a chance at the plate. He is pinch hitting for Augie Lopez.
Twenty-something players in the game today. Pretty good.
Closing in on 30. I don't know how many poor position players they've got that Mike could get at bats for. Ground ball left side, fielded by Prejean. He'll go to second, just ahead of the slide there for the force out. And that will end the top of the ninth. (19-6), USC has put on an offensive masterclass today. They have scored in 6 of 9 innings. Henry Chabot will now come in and try and finish things off for the Trojans. 6 foot, 215-pound senior from Paradise Valley, Arizona, makes his 16th appearance of the year. Will Davis coaching in his final game at Lamar, getting this team back to an NCAA regional for the first time since 2010. He has been hired by the University of Houston to be their head coach moving forward. Certainly excited about that opportunity, but
walking around finding out who hasn't played yet.
They've gone up and down the dugout trying to make sure that everybody has had a chance. New shortstop is Maddox Risky, and Hanma goes to second base. Those guys getting a chance to swing it late in the ball game. So here, Henry Chabot. USC 3 outs away from advancing to an elimination game tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. A lot of the 1-0 games are underway, or some of them pretty deep at this point. We saw this yesterday, and Kevin Durant's ability to flip the bat. He's behind in the count 0-2. I don't know if the at-bat's going to continue or not. Let's see. Takes it high. All right, watch. Little flip, flip.
Hasn't dropped it in 2 days either.
No, it's
That's
impressive.
The most impressive thing.
Can't decide if I think that's more difficult or easier. You remember Tiger Woods made famous the bouncing a ball in the face of a wedge.
Yeah.
Supposedly in one take on that commercial, he bounced it, half a dozen times, a dozen times, and pops it up into the air and then swings and hits it.
Yeah, probably has juggling in his future.
Durant stays alive at the plate. Kevin Durant yesterday played second base, went 1 for 4, batting in the 9 hole, drove in a run, scored a run. Takes that one for ball 2, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Felt like John Budka, the home plate umpire, gave that one a long thought and decided it missed. 2-2. Kevin Durant battling and keeps on flipping that bat.
The double flip at the end is pretty cool.
Do you think he even thinks about it, or
no,
is it just?
I bet if you asked him, he probably goes into a trance, doesn't even know he's doing. He's done it for so long. Here we get another show. Yeah, I mean, the second he fouls it off, here he goes. Watch the end. The double.
9th pitch of the at-bat coming here for Kevin Durant. We needed a counter on bat flips, too. Come on, Jay. Swing and a miss. Durant goes down on strikes. I'm anxiously waiting to see if he flips it. Nah, I think that's the last one of his career, and hard to hold the emotions back. And look at this. What a good moment with Will Davis as he makes his way to the dugout. This ball lined out to left field, and the catch is made there by Slayton for the second out of the inning. A.J. Taylor put a charge into that one. Good play by Slayton. Well, you can tell a lot about how much a player cares about the game and how much his teammates care about him by the way he's greeted, and you see it again. A.J. Taylor with a hug from Will Davis as he goes to the dugout as well. I know you and I have talked about it over the last couple of days. Been really impressed with A.J. Taylor.
Oh, man, he's smooth at short and can really handle the bat, hold down the 3 spot for Lamar. Yeah, he should be able to continue to play.
Jose Vargas gets a chance to swing it here for Lamar. Just the 9th game that Vargas has played in this year. Does not have a hit. Lifts this one to left and out of play.
Well, at least the Trojans now will get a break. Played last night, got beat, had to get up early to play this game, came out firing, 7 runs the first 2 innings. Now they'll get to go home and relax, or not home, but get to go back to the hotel, relax a little bit, and get ready for tomorrow.
Don't know exactly what the plan will be on the mound. Andrew Johnson pitched in relief yesterday. They made a pitching change late in the ball game. Went away from Andrew Johnson and handed it off to Adam Troy. Johnson does have 10 starts on the year.
I would think he would bounce back. Adam Troy clearly could bounce back. They've got, I don't know, 4 or 5 arms with significant innings that have good numbers.
2-2, there's a swing and a miss, and this one comes to an end. Chabot gets the strikeout to end it. Couple of punch outs for him in the 9th. USC season will last at least another day. They pound out 19 runs on 19 hits in the final day for Will Davis as the head coach of the Lamar Cardinals. His team goes down. Really kind of cool to see the way he was able to empty his bench and get as many players on the field as possible in this season finale.
A lot of players for the Cardinals. This was their last game of their career. So, I mean, it's, again, a memory you'll remember forever, but also an emotional one. And Will Davis on to Houston, but before that, gets a chance to talk to his team one last time. And as for USC, they move on to tomorrow. Face the loser of the game tonight between Texas State and Texas A&M. That's going to be a good one. Big offenses tonight.
And so we look at our bracket one last time before we move to that 1-0 game tonight. USC with the win over Lamar. Lamar eliminated. The Trojans move on. They will take on the loser of tonight's game between the Aggies of Texas A&M and the Bobcats of Texas State. But first, they will go back to the hotel and rest and get ready for 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon here in College Station. Coming up, a little over an hour, it's Texas A&M and Texas State in the 1-0 game. Thanks for being with us. Ben Ward, our producer, Mike Dressman, our director. For my partner, Todd Walker, I'm Richard Cross. Thanks for being with us on this Saturday afternoon in Aggieland. 19-6, USC moves on.